The opinions expressed of this show are for entertainment purposes and should not be misconstrued or interpreted as fact. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-522-4700.
Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nutflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Kengan. Kenny Kengan wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donut Silks make a run? Can Res Mall make a run to be $50?
Bouquett, you son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Kengan, Smoke and Mirrors, Director 97 home. That is the way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the other auto custodian, Billy Friedrich. Jones one all coming down the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the corporate Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, and we all PSR, Pub Sports Radio is all. Is a man named Slaughter, and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, betting with the bag and you love it. We want a top 10, we above it. Let's check.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Wednesday, June 11th to all of you. Thank you so much for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio, coming off a winning day. I would love it if this was our fifth straight winning show, but unfortunately on Friday I was down a vig. It was just the tiniest bit of vig, so I can't, because we were going for the week sweep. And obviously the Oilers didn't help. So I can't say it was our fifth straight winning show, even though I want to. It's very close. We almost swept the week last week, and we got off to a nice winning start. 9-5 plus 3.72 units in Major League Baseball, 0-1 in the WNBA. And I thank you guys very much for your bullishness on the Atlanta Dream. Saved me money. So I thank you guys. As always, listening to you guys, working with you guys is the reason why I succeed. And, I hope you guys feel the same way, but I know it's for me right now. Very, very thankful. The first three unders, I mean, I guess, there's different ways of looking at it. One, maybe I should only bet first three unders. 5-1 yesterday. So yesterday I went 9-5. And again, the sample size with these first three unders is only 72 bets. So we're going to need more information, but now we're 48-24, 66.7% plus 22.25 units ROI, plus 30.9% average line minus 111. So there's different ways of looking at it, because I'm now here in front of you for the first time all season up double-digit units in Major League Baseball. But I'm only up 11.12 units on the season. So clearly, I owe the thanks to our off-season breakdowns with Jose and I trying to figure out, we're doing this year after year and putting so much energy and effort into it that we must succeed. We got to be better every year. And Jose Bouquett now less than a unit from double-digit units. So we're both kind of climbing at the same time, and it feels great. And we wouldn't be doing it without you guys. And I see he's already ready to rock backstage. Let's get him up here right now after a hugely successful evening. Jose, great work yesterday.
Thank you, Papa.
Very important. This is very, very crucial. Very, very crucial. Excellent work. So I went 9-5 plus 3.72 units. So I lost with the Orioles, lost with the Guardians, cashed Detroit, Baltimore first three under 3, cashed Miami, Pittsburgh first three under 2.5, cashed Tampa Bay, Boston first three under 2.5, cashed the Cubs, cashed Atlanta, Milwaukee first three under 2.5. Then lost with the Twins, lost with the Cards, and my only first three under loss was White Sox, Houston first three under 2. Then San Francisco, Colorado first three under 3.5. That felt so goddamn good. The full game, I thought I was going to lose it there in the ninth inning. It was 5-2. 5-2 going into the top of the ninth for the Rockies. And, of course, the Giants put up 4. Thank God it wasn't 3. If it had just been 3, if it wasn't for Yastrzemski, they go to extras, I lose. So I'm thankful there. Athletics first 3 was a push. Arizona -1 plus 115 was a casher. Washington, New York Mets first 5 over 3.5. That was the game that messed with me all day. All day, that game messed with me. That was this type of bet that I lose 5 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, 2 years ago. You see Canning and Mackenzie Gore. You see their very good numbers. Canning back home after shutting down the Dodgers. But the market was screaming that wasn't the case. But it was a very interesting market that stuck with me. I was so stressed out getting my action out. I went for a run right after. I was like, I'm so stressed out. I've got so much anxiety. Went for a run. Then when I came back from the run, I bet the first 3 over 3.5 because that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to fade Gore and Canning. I didn't want to fade the rested bullpens. But that full game total went from 7.5 to 8. And the first 5 went from 4 to 3.5. And so I didn't know what to do, but I was like, look, I just want to fade Gore and Canning here, and that worked out for me. Jose, we do have afternoon action here in 29 minutes, but please review your action from yesterday.
Sure. Sorry, I didn't know I was going to review here. I had the Red Sox money line and the Cubs money line. That was nice. Nationals first 5 money line. Mackenzie Gore first 5 dominator, and we'll keep backing him here. White Sox first 5 plus a half 1, and the Diamondbacks money line 1. On my losses were the Cardinals, which made it close. Those sons of bitches. They couldn't just put us out of our misery.
Oh, that was huge. I had the +2.5 at +110.
Nice.
That made me profit on the game. That Contreras, I thought I was for sure screwed. They bring in Hoffman. Contreras goes yard in that first pitch was very important to my evening. Of course, I don't add it into but for me, my money, my bankroll, that was get up, arms up in the air, fucking phenomenal. So
well, I'm glad for you then. And I lost A's money line as well, but that was about it. It's a good day.
Excellent work. We're gonna get to work here very soon. I can't wait to cap this card down. I'm copying and pasting the action from the chat. We got Justin McKelvey, Schwarber over 1.5 bases, Dodgers, Padres over 9.5, AM on the Marlins, Pirates under 8.5. I think that's a great look. I can't wait to talk about that game, but I haven't moved on it yet. We have 28 minutes, and I can stay calm and get my action in. Chad Pickard in the house. He's on that. Dodgers, Padres over 9.5 with Justin here. Kong's clips on Indiana +5, Halliburton 2 or more, Steals at +1 of 48. I am rocking my Jermaine O'Neal Pacers jersey from many, many years ago when he was traded to the Raptors, and my Seattle Pilots hat as well. Pulled out the old Pilots hat. Billy Friedrich, Pacers first quarter money line. Why, Billy, have we restarted the Pig Milk Play of the Day record? Billy, you've earned your record. And I'm curious to hear why you have restarted it. Gorky, Padres again. Gorky, great call. Absolutely great call on the Padres yesterday from our guy, Gorky. True Telling says gambling.
Friedrich, unbelievable. Billy Friedrich trying to restart his record again.
Yeah, I just want to know why. That's all. I mean, there could be a valid reason. True Telling is gambling hard right now because my living environment sucks. I need to pack up and move somewhere. Yes, it is important to...
relatable for you.
No, it's not relatable for me. But it's very important to put yourself in a situation to succeed. So it's very important. So I hear that, True Teller. We're thankful to have you here right now. He says Vegas is a calling. Nicholas Handy, Toby Lane says, I want to bet Pacers money line, but I have a weird feeling OKC wins games 3 and Pacers win game 4 and the Oilers money line tomorrow. Oh God, Toby. That's just the sweetest thing you could ever say to me. Oh my God. Am I blushing, Jose?
Yes.
Oh, Toby. Oh God, Toby. Oh, God, it feels good to hear somebody else believes. Swiggy says the UFC contest is live. So is our NHL playoff pool. I know the excitement's gone a little bit from it, but I'm looking forward to have all that money. Dougie Wise, Walla Walla Dose, Timmy Two Shoes, Billy Friedrich says Pig Milk Play Day will reset on my birthday each year moving forward. Okay.
I hope you keep an overall record as well.
Yes, can you give me and how long it was? Can you give me that information for my own records? I'm a watcher, Billy. I'm a watcher. Not like Diddy. I should. Okay. Treat B in the house. Marlins money line. Pirates have a look ahead tomorrow against the Cubs. There's my guy Roy Balmas and Just My 2 Cents. What a call by Just My 2 Cents on the Detroit Tigers yesterday. A line moving against them. I bet against them. Just My 2 Cents sits back and catches it easily. Great call by Just My 2 Cents. Gorky says Oilers going down 3-1. T-Moss says I like to reset each year as well. JW in the house. We got Jermaine, Rob McMahon on the Cubs Phillies over. Crystal Craig, it is wonderful to see you. It is wonderful to see you. Colin Clip says I was under the impression that Game 3 was a must-win for Edmonton. I realized I was completely wrong. Game 4 is a must-win. You have to keep home ice advantage. Yes, I mean, look, it's been a tough series so far, but realistically, one way of looking at it is you just have to win one game on the road because you have home ice advantage. It's one way of looking at it. So the series hopefully is far from over, but we shall see. Jay Kopp, thank you, man. I'm very excited about it, very thankful about it, and learning from it. Again, we're learning. That's what we're doing here. We, year after year, we're going to be becoming better and better and better gamblers, and our unit size will grow, and then we can start doing real damage. I know for let's say Troy. Troy wants $1,000 a unit, and he's not that far away from attaining it. And when he attains it, then the cash and the money will really, really mean something. It's not that a $300 bet doesn't mean anything. You know what I mean? There's Nate Dogg 429 Legacy on the Thunder here. Great to see all of you guys. Great to see all of you guys. I got Billy Friedrich's full record copied and pasted. Gorky, Jake Burns says, always get the job done. I love hearing all this. Tail of a cock. Oh, J-Dub, that's nice. That got me. The man in the corner. Oh, man. The man in the corner. The man in the corner. All right, let's get to work. Let's get to work right now, Mr. Bouquett. Thank you for being ready to rock. Ronnie Lofton said, this is the best betting community on the planet. I believe that so much. Jermaine says, of you two pitchers, low ERA, let's say 2.3 and lower, do you move on the first 3 under or no? No, well, that's not been what's working for me at all. You guys have seen it. I've stepped out of the comfort zone a little bit because we're hitting at such a high rate, but it's pedestrian or below average statistics. Market moving towards the under, and then helpful weather conditions. Those are the main three spots, but we'll go over all of this. Let's go. 12:35 p.m. Eastern. And Jose, 2 of my favorite pitchers. You knew that when you saw them, I'm sure. Miami Marlins 25-40, 11-20 on the road. The Pittsburgh Pirates 27-41, 18-19 at home. We're in PNC Park in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Here we got Spooner's action as well. Let me copy and paste this from Spooner. By the way, for you NHL cappers, Gogster is joining us at the end of the show. So we'll do at the very end of the show, we'll talk NHL, and then we'll have Bobano again tomorrow. So we're going to do a little double dip on NHL. Brizzy joining us here for NBA and WNBA. So we are in business here. Let's get into the weather. We'll start with Swish, and then my man Spooner did send me Ballpark Pal, which I should split with him. He sent it to me. It's helpful. I'm realizing now that the Swish, I need more than that. 76 Fahrenheit, feels like 75, 7.2 miles per hour to left field, gets up to 8 miles per hour. So it is offensive weather here. Let's get into and I have Ron Crawford's spreadsheet play of the day as well. But let's get in here. Oh, shoot. Sorry. Let's get over here there we go. So PNC Park here is not as offensive as you would think. Minus 9% home runs, plus 11% doubles and triples. Overall, it's just plus 2%. So it's not as much as you would think. Shout out to Textiles in the house. So let's get into the line history for Port Dopes, Cal Quantrill, and Bailey Falter here. Move over to MLB. We have first pitch in 20 minutes. Lots of time for me to stay calm. We have the Pirates now at minus 155. Very interesting. This line had moved against them. It opened up at minus 149. And then I guess it hadn't really gone against. Yes, it had. Sorry. Finally, at 9:30 this morning. I guess I'd stopped looking at that point. So this at 10 a.m. down to minus 141. Now it's up to minus 155. So 6 cents of movement. It doesn't mean that much to me. And we'll go over the cash flow and see if it should mean anything to us. This total is an 8.5. It's minus 108 to the over. This opened minus 115 to the over. So we've had 6 cents of movement towards the under. Taking a look at the board here. The board didn't have all the information earlier this morning, but now it does. 77% of the tickets are on the under, and 90% of the cash is on the over. 90% of it now 89. Now it's 78 and 89, but this line's not moving towards the over. The books don't seem to be concerned about the over. 75% of the tickets are on the Pirates and 65% of the cash here. We have spreadsheet play of the day from our Ron Crawford is the Detroit Tigers. I watched, obviously, because I was on the Guardians, which was my second to last edition. It took me a long time to have the conviction. What a great call by our Ron Crawford. What a performance. And I know a lot of you guys were on Abbott. I thought Santana had gone yard, though, on that last pitch of the game. I thought he'd gone yard. He hadn't. We got D-Trip on the Cubs money line. Johnny K on the over. And I love that, Ron. I love your Vegas look. I can't wait to talk WNBA. We were so fortunate that Ron Crawford shares his best spots on the board with us. This man is selfless, asks for nothing in return. Please support Ron and everything that he does as he supports us. Cal Quantrill, 3-6, 5.63 ERA, 1.49 whip, 54 and a third. He has 40 Ks, 17 walks, and he's allowed 7 home runs. His last start, 3-2 loss at home versus the Rockies. We cashed that first 3 under. 5 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, 2 Ks, 1 walk. On the road this year in 25 1/3, 30 hits, 19 earned runs, 15 Ks, 6 walks, 4 home runs allowed, 297 opponent's batting average. AM says light wind going to left field, high pressure, 50% humidity, temps in the mid-70s. Both pitchers in favorable matchups. Yes, I do agree with that. Falter will pitch a gem and Quantrill quality start. Best pit arms available. I like everything that you're on here, AM. I like it a lot. So the splits, and we have the lineups now confirmed here, and that's important because the splits are a problem, but the lineups aren't the right lineups to attack the splits. Cal Quantrill shutting down lefties. O'Neill Cruz is a lefty. You got Horwitz, Frazier. This was the line that they expect, or the lineup that they expected. Righties are hammering them. 373, 1.044 OPS. So you got Kutch, you got Reynolds who'll hit from the right side, Gonzalez, Davis, Hayes, and Kiner Falefa. Nothing really to worry about. Bailey Falter, 3.49 ERA, 1.12 whip. He's been very good this year. He's coming off a 5-4 win at home over the Phillies, and he didn't pitch very well. I was on the Pirates first 3 and first 5. I pushed both of those, and those Pirate backers full game did get the cash, did get the bag on that one. Last start, he went 3 2/3, 5 hits, 4 earned runs, 2 Ks, and 2 walks. That was my stupid romanticizing him watching the, you guys can say it to me too. When I start fucking waxing about like, just because I'm such a big sports fan and Bailey Falter watching the other team celebrate, let the numbers do the talking. But at home, Bailey Falter, despite getting touched up by the Phillies, opponents are only hitting 186 against him. He's only allowed 26 hits and 40 1/3. And it's lefties that are getting him out. You know how many lefties are going to be in the lineup for the Marlins? 0. Lefties hitting 311, 817. He's destroying righties. It was something that Jose brought up earlier in the season, that Falter's numbers against righties were spectacular. Marlins aren't hitting lefties at all. 204, 569 OPS. And the Pirates are hitting righties. Pirates are hitting 257, 714 OPS. But this market not moving towards the Pirates now, 6 cents with all the money on them, does not make me want the Pirates at all. The Marlins bullpen 4.02 ERA, Pirates bullpen 4.19 ERA. I don't really trust them. I would like to back Quantrill and Falter here. Mr. Bouquett, we have 16 minutes till first pitch, and I would like to get involved, financially involved. Take it away.
Yeah, I'd probably lean under as well with you. I'm seeing openers of 9, and we go down to 8.5, especially where we used to play poker at. Obviously, they open up a little bit earlier. 9 juice to the under, so again, you can tell me it's an 8.5, but the juice is kind of evened out each side on that 8.5 either way. It was plus money under 8.5 at Penny, and it goes to minus 104 now, so probably an underlook for me. Excuse me. But I could see first 3 under in the stars here for you, Jimmy. But I'm staying off. I'm probably going to look for a live under maybe. If they score a run or 2 early, I can get a 9.5 here and bet the under. But nothing here for me so far.
Well, you are right, Chad Pickard, my man. You are right. I expected this would be the case, but I still wanted to talk it out. Now, what's the next step? Let's see how expensive the first 3 is. That has been a very helpful. I was talking to Spooner about these first 3s yesterday, and we were both on. I thought the juice was going to crush me, right? I said it multiple times when we got started. It's not been the case. And it's a flat 2.5, which is what it should be, because it's a flat 8.5. So it's exactly where it should be. And now we move on it. So I'm going to make my move here, Jose. And while I do that, I'm going to bet it, and I'll tweet it out. Why don't you set us up for Ben Brown and Jesus Luzardo for Cubs Phillies?
Sure. Jesus Luzardo, one of my favorite pitchers to watch in the league here, but the market is talking in this game, and a game that I am interested in. Very few games that I'm interested in today. It's very interesting to see.
While you're doing this, because I'm going to be listening, remember yesterday the market told us that Fott, who had been destroyed, just like Luzardo, was going to pitch well, and he got us paid. So can you keep that in mind and sort of compare how the market went to Fott and got us money, got me on the -1 at plus 115, didn't allow a run to those first two batters on the sixth inning, who both hit 450-foot homers off him in back-to-back pitches. Then he fucked off. But is the market doing a similar thing or the opposite thing? I'm all ears.
The opposite for old Jesus Luzardo here, because this line opens up -125 where we used to play poker at. Right now, or I guess at Penny, it opened up at -121. There is 52% of the bets, 79% of the money on the Chicago Cubs, and this line is now -106 Philadelphia Phillies here. So opening -120, now down to -106. I thought that was a pretty big indicator. I bet the Cubs every game in the series. I bet them on Monday. I bet them yesterday and won, and I'm going to be on them yet again here today, it seems, with that line movement towards them. Market in the total here, we have 65% of the bets and 84% of the money on the over in this game. We have a 9 opened up -115 towards the under at BOL. It is now -122. Even Penny opened up at 9, but this is now an 8.5. Let me refresh real quick. It is, it's an 8.5. It was an 8.5 at Penny, then goes back up to 9. So it's interesting that Penny opens it at 9 and goes down to 8.5 at one point for a pretty long time all this morning, and then comes back up to the 9 here. So that's fascinating. I tend to believe that this Cubs team is offensively just really good, and maybe the pitching and the bullpen will regress. I kind of think it will, but the offense seems like it's the real deal here with, say, Kyle Tucker and company. So I don't lean Phillies, excuse me. I'm going to probably back the Cubs here, -103. Love to hear what you guys have to say in the chat. Justin McKelvey likes Phillies team, or is on Phillies team total over 4.5 +104, and he's on Phillies -124. His stacks number 1, by the way, as well, is Kyle Schwarber over 1.5 bases. So shout out to our guy Stacks. So shout out to you, my guy Justin. Jermaine likes the under 8 in that last game as well. But yeah, I like the Cubs here. I think the Cubs get the job done. The line movement, it's kind of the big indicator for me. Jimmy, what do you think?
I think this is a very tricky matchup. I'm going to I'm developing some anxiety and difficulty with Major League Baseball, despite succeeding to some extent now at double-digit units. It's not making it any easier for me. It took me about 2 hours to get my action in yesterday, and I was like, "Well, if it's so hard, why the fuck do I have 14 bets?" And then I had a 15 bet. Like, I find unpeeling the layers of a baseball game the most complicated process other than horse racing in sports gambling, and dealing with Fott yesterday and then Luzardo today, and even Ben Brown to some, it's difficult. So one thing that has happened 2 minutes ago is this has gone back to a 9. Overall, though, we've had 7 cents of movement still towards the under. So it first moved back to 9. It moved. So it's moved. It's just moving like crazy right now. So it first moved back to 9 6 minutes ago. And then 2 minutes later, there was a 2 cents move to the over at 9. Now we've had a cent move back. But overall, we've had 8 cents of movement on the under. But it has moved, from a money line standpoint, as you talked about, there's been a huge move to the Cubs, plus 109 to minus 103. When we say there's been a huge move to the Cubs, 54% of the tickets, 79% of the cash. I don't know if this qualifies as huge. 12 cents of movement, which is probably what there should be with 79% of the cash. I mean, I don't see that as too much. Oh, Justin, first 3 under 2.5. First 3 under 2.5. Black Thor King. I don't bet first 5 unders ever anymore. I've just been hurt so badly in the 4th and 5th inning. If you can't bet first 3 unders, I can't vouch for first 5 unders if I'm trying to eliminate them from my entire life. So I would prefer a full game under rather than a first 5 under. I just, Jose and I have been tracking this stuff very closely, and the full game unders were cashing at a much higher rate than the first 5 unders. AM says Ben Brown getting raked by the Reds and Marlins. Luzardo getting raked by the Brewers. Pick your poison, hard pass. We got Dutch Boy Fresh in the house as well. Also, Billy Friedrich on the Phillies' first 5 and full game. Shout out to AOD. If I missed you guys, this because we're trying to get our action. I apologize. Leo Leon, Big Daddy Boom in the house. Maybe you could help a little bit with the copying and pasting of the basketball action if I ever miss anything, Jose. So. Luzardo ERA or earned runs under 2.5 for Mr. Heat. So let's talk about Ben Brown first. 3 and 4, 5.37 ERA, 1.43 WHIP. He has 78 strikeouts in 63 2/3. We've watched him in favorable weather situations, unfavorable. He's a gamer, and you can get strikeouts when you need him to. His last start, 3-1 loss at the Tigers. He pitched very well, 7 innings, 2 earned runs, 7 Ks, 1 walk. On the road this year, he has struggled at times, 33 innings and 6 starts. But 36 hits, that's fine. 19 earned runs, it's not what you want. But 33 Ks and 5 walks is a great K to walk ratio, the kind of ratio you can trust. 273 opponents batting average. His splits are fine. You could say that both sides are hitting him. A 292, 794 from the left and 261, 786 from the right. I just like to have splits that aren't extreme, personally. So Luzardo, on the other hand, in his last 2 starts, his last start was at the Jays. The start before that was at home versus Milwaukee. He threw 5 2/3. He allowed 21 hits, 20 earned runs, 3 homers, 6 Ks, 5 walks. His last start, 2 1/3 at Toronto, he allowed 8 earned runs. This is a highly thought of pitcher. So is Ben Brown. The Spooner and others believe that Luzardo is just tipping his pitches and there's nothing wrong with him. And obviously the Phillies feel the same way because he's being thrown out there every 5 days. At home, he had pretty good numbers until he allowed, 12 earned runs against Milwaukee. 35 innings, 19 earned runs, 35 Ks, 10 walks. Opponents just hitting 297 against him with 2 home runs allowed. He's getting all lefties out. It is righties hitting him. This is a Cubs lineup that just never stops. And Happ will hit from the right side. Then Suzuki, Swanson, Kelly, Turner, Horner, Shaw, and Brujan will also hit from the right side. Cubs are not hitting lefties right now. 231, 675 OPS in the last 30 days. And the Phillies aren't hitting righties right now. 248, 698 OPS. The Cubs bullpen has been phenomenal. Unbelievable. Like, it can't possibly stay this good for us. At 1.32 ERA, I mean, just ridiculous. Phillies bullpen 4.38. Shout out to Big Show Picks. Big Show Picks in the house. Our brand new Locker Room Talk podcast is out. It's great. UFC Atlanta. The boys do another stellar job. Please check it out. It'll be our showcase video throughout the week. So, with all this said and done, honestly, I guess I think it would be pretty easy to pass. But I also think that these pitchers are better than their numbers indicate. Can't we? If this is just a matter of Luzardo tipping his pitches, before this season started, Jose, who was the better pitcher between Ben Brown and Jesus Luzardo? And who do you think the better pitcher is today on Wednesday, June 11th? You're muted, my man.
Bullshit. God damn it. Luzardo's the better before the season, but Ben Brown's will be the better one today.
So what do you think has gone on? Do you think he's just tipping pitches?
Yeah, probably. It seems like it tipping pitches, and then I just think it's today at least. I think the Cubs offense is just that good that I think that they can get the job done, even though they don't hit lefties. Maybe it's a low scoring game because we just talked about these guys both not hitting like their hand that they're throwing with today. So that's interesting. By the way, both these guys pitched against either team already on the 24th. Luzardo, 6 innings, 3 hits, 2 runs, none of them earned. So a good start there. I'm sure he'll be looking to build off that one. Ben Brown, on the other side, got crushed 3 2/3, 9 hits, 6 earned runs. So a little zigzag theory here for me as well, to continue on with the Ben Brown love, I guess.
This full game is a 9 here at 365. Okay, the full game's a 9 here at 365, plus 100 to the over, minus 120 to the under. The last game we looked at was an 8.5. That was a pick'em. The first 3 here, with these pitchers with very pedestrian numbers, but we know a skill set that's better than that. The first 3 is 2.5, and it's 5 cents more expensive. The 8.5 is 5 cents more expensive. Game 1 was 5 cents more expensive. I think the market is telling us that this is not going to be a high scoring start. I think that we have to trust here that Luzardo was just tipping his pitches. Spooner says Brown has 2 pitches. He tips his pitch every time he throws. The curve looks so different than the fastball. Philly's 5th in baseball versus the 4 seams. So I'm interested. I'm very, very interested in this first 3 under. Action Jackson says, if you had to play a side here, Action Jackson, you want to know what I think. If what I think is delivering a positive ROI, you don't want, if I'm not talking about a side, I mean it's best not to, like, you don't want willy-nilly kind of, well, I'm not going to bet this. You want to hear from somebody who's going to invest their money on something. So I don't think it matters to me here, what I think from a side perspective. And I don't have an angle here that so let's just copy and paste a couple more things here. BJ, we got Wager Detective in the house too. BJ is Braves money line here. Wager Detective says Cubs possible smackdown. So let me just get this copy. So I think it's the first 3 under that's in effect here in this one. Billy Friedrich says Brown's going to get touched. I guess is that what Spooner thinks as well, that Brown's going to get touched? I mean, Spooner knows this team so well. And then Pacers best bet too for BJ. So I love to hear all of that. Rudy Cisneros says Cubs getting it today. Okay, so I plan at this point here. I'm just going to copy paste. I plan on this point betting this first 3 under in this one as well. Yesterday was the first day that the most first 3 unders I've bet, 6. But there are days where I'll bet 0, like Friday. And so I'm just taking what the league's giving me. It's not because I'm hot on them right now or anything like that. I think this is exactly what I'm looking for here. Exactly what I'm looking for. When we go to this market, you have 62% of tickets, 74% of cash on the over. You have, I don't think there's any side that's screaming out. I mean, this market move towards the Cubs should happen if 75% of the Cub money's on them. It's not too big of a market move. So what I think we should do, Jose, is cap the next 1:10 p.m. game. I'll put my action in for the 1:10 spot, and then we'll move on to 2:10 p.m. Is there anything you want to add to Cubbies Phillies?
Nope, I'm on Cubs money line minus 105, but that's it.
And we both cashed on them yesterday, and you've cashed on them all series long.
Well, they lost the first game, so.
Spooner says, I put my comments early. I apologize, Spooner. Says, Cubs can't hit lefties. Luzardo, get right spot. Phillies offense due for regression. Beautiful day and a guy who knows their favorite pitch 60% of the time. All right. Okay, well, and he's on Phillies money line. Spooner's on Phillies money line. I think it's very, very important to hear what Spooner is saying about this, and not on the side, not what I have to say about it. Spooner's team is the Cubs. He's betting against them. He's investing money, and he's putting it down against his team. I think that says a lot more than anything that I could say on the sides. Okay, let's roll on to the second. So that game actually starts at 1:05, the Cubbies Phillies. So that starts in 29 minutes. Let's talk about a game that starts in 34 minutes. That's Cincinnati Reds, Cleveland Guardians. These Reds, 35-33, 17-17 on the road at the Cleveland Guardians, 34-32, 18-15 at home at Progressive Field in Cleveland, Ohio. Take a look at the weather here in Cleveland, Ohio. 80 Fahrenheit, feels like 77, 10.7 miles per hour to right field, dies down at 12.5 miles per hour. When we talk about the market telling us that Luzardo is going to pitch well here, talk about how spectacular the market was on Giolito yesterday. I mean, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 100%, I'm fading Giolito first five. 100% I'm going to raise first five. No doubt about it. But now we're getting wiser. We're understanding that there's more elements that we need to take in. And I cashed the first 3 under, despite Pepio allowing 2 runs in the first inning. All because of Giolito. Here we have Cleveland at plus 109. They opened up now plus 110. They opened up minus 108. So we have 18 cents of movement away from Cleveland, 17 cents of movement towards the Reds from minus 102 to minus 119. So a very legit move towards the Cincinnati Reds. The team looks like they're having a lot of fun. You talked about your belief in them because of Francona being over there. They love him. I mean, it's clear that they love him. This total has gone all over the place. Opens up at 8 minus 114 to the over at 10:11 p.m. Gets up to 8.5 at 1:40 a.m. Then it goes back to 8 at 3:40 p.m. or 3:40 a.m. 8:40 this morning, we get it back to 8.5. And the crazy part about all this is it gets to a 9. Not the most legitimate 9. Plus 104 to the over and minus 117 to the under. Bounces back and forth from the 9 and 8.5. And now we're sitting at 8.5. We've gone up a half run. We've gone up a half run on the total and a huge move to the Reds. When we take a look at Progressive Field today, it's very offensive, plus 15%. It's plus 11% home runs, plus 9% doubles and triples, and plus 7% singles. Kong, I'm on the first 3 under in the game that just is being played right now. And I'm very close to moving on it in Cubs Phillies, but I just wanted to cap the other 110 game and then I'll make a move now. In a second here. AM says, the weather's keeping me off this game. Otherwise, I really liked the under. We have Nick Lodolo. 3.21 ERA, 1.08 whip. He is becoming our favorite pitcher in Major League Baseball because he's an ace on the road and he is a fucking bum at home. And we thank him. We thank him from the bottom of our hearts for being so predictable and may continue to be this predictable. On the road in 7 starts, he's allowed 6 earned runs. I mean, it's spectacular. 195 opponent's batting average. He's allowed 1 home run, and he has the reverse splits. 347, 873 from the left-hand side. So let's take a look at the left-handed batters. More than you would expect against the lefty. I don't know what Ramirez and Santana are going to do. I imagine they hit from the right side. But they have Nolan Jones and Dom Nunez as lefties, and then Martinez batting second can also make a decision whether or not he wants to, hit from the left-hand side where he's getting touched. Righty's just 216, 635 OPS. Logan Allen, D-Trip, I hear what you're saying. Really haven't seen a weak lefty other than Palmquist. Palmquist is not going to be a weak lefty for long. He pitched phenomenal last night. We made a lot of money off of him. And Jesus Luzardo, before his last 2 starts, was one of the best lefties in the National League. So it's tricky how you break all this down. It is very tricky. Spooner, and this is the biggest part of this. The Rockies-Giants game had very offensive weather. But the Rockies and Giants are not hitting lefties. What happened? The first 3 went under. The full game went under. Here, the Reds are hitting 216, 598 OPS versus lefties. Allen, if I'm not mistaken, Spooner is the fourth straight lefty they've seen. Wager Detective says Guardians against the streak. Guardians bullpen starting to pitch very well again. Reds bullpen has looked pretty average. Logan Allen coming off allowing 4 earned runs and a 4-2 loss at home versus the Astros. He's a pretty pedestrian pitcher here. At home, he's not very good. 11 earned runs in 22 innings, 267 opponent's batting average. He's got the reverse splits, but righties also hit him hard. I can understand here And AM saying strong winds to the outfield and the hot temps, those scared me off the under. But I mean, I feel, and I just because it worked yesterday doesn't mean it's going to work again today. But this worked for me yesterday. It worked a lot. Now, the issue, and this is crucial, is that this has gone up a half run. That Giants Rockies total hadn't moved. So this has gone up a half run. And let's just go over that. Let's just go over that quickly here. What happened in yesterday's market? Because look, I mean, cashing a double up was fucking huge. So despite the offensive weather, the Rockies Giants closed at 11. I didn't realize that because it was 11.5, when I made my moves. Closed at 11. So the market is going to the over despite these teams not hitting lefties. Whereas yesterday in the offensive weather situation with pitchers with bad numbers, the market dropped a half run. So then the only thing appealing here is Lodolo. Is Lodolo. Take it away for us, Jose Bouquett, Reds Guardians.
Yeah, Reds double up for me, first 5 in full game. You mentioned the market move. I like them first 5, honestly, a little more. It's just a little juicy, so I'll just take both. Make myself sweat a little more, I guess. I also don't hate, by the way. I bet a prop the other day and cashed. I'll mention this one real quick. I'm not going to bet it seems, but Ramirez, 6 plate appearances, 5 at-bats, 4 hits, 3 RBIs, a home run, and a strikeout. So 800 batting average. Don't hate an over 1.5 bases for him, plus or minus 115. But it'll be Reds for me. First 5. Money line minus 140, full game minus 120.
And Billy Friedrich saying, look at Allen's day starts. That hasn't helped me. But then, we talked about Mackenzie Gore's earned runs at 2.5, Canning's at 1.5. And it was Canning that got touched. And when I talked about the 2.5, Troy said that knowing the earned runs hasn't helped him. So just because it hasn't helped me doesn't mean that it doesn't help. But in my past, thinking that pitchers can't pitch in the daytime at this time of the season, it just hasn't worked for me. AM says Lodolo, a fly ball pitcher with these conditions, could result in runs. Jose, I know you have another show to do here. How much time do we have you here for now?
I would say like 5 more minutes.
Okay, that's what I need then. I just need to get my action in here.
Sure.
So I think that it is Logan Allen that's the more vulnerable. But let's just go quickly. One thing before we make our moves on both these games. Let's go over exactly what situations Lodolo has been in on the road. Has he been in tough weather situations? Let's just go over them here quickly. Very, very quickly. And then I will, because I'm leaning towards backing the Reds. With the total going up, I also feel like I should take the -0.5 and cut the VIG out. So let's go. So he faced the Cubs and he shut them down. It was only a 2-0 game. I imagine the weather wasn't great there. He beat the Pirates 7-1. God, he's just been phenomenal in all. But that was a pitcher's ballpark. And if it was a 2-0 game, he faced the Cubs at home in an 11-8 game. So the weather was offensive there. He only allowed 3 earned runs. He's pitching quite well right now. I don't know why I had it in my head that he was pitching so bad at home. I guess because he got lit up by the Nats. He pitched at Colorado and shut them down. Now, it was April 27th, but we know it's thin air. I think I've seen enough. The question now would be, do I take the first 5 -0.5 or pay the juice on the first 5? And I think because this total is going from 8 to 8.5, it's implying that there's volatility, and so I should take the -0.5. What do you think, Jose? Because you decided not to. And what was your argument to take the first 5 money line and not the -0.5?
I don't have success on them really, and then the 8 and 8.5. I would rather take it from like a 9 to an above range, because 8.5 still isn't like too many runs.
Both of my -1s yesterday, instead of the money line, were at 9s, and one was 9.5. So I think that makes a lot of sense. The Arizona game was 9.5.
By the way, I'm sure we mentioned this. Cleveland Guardians, here's some of the lefties' game logs against them recently. They're horrible against lefties, if you guys haven't caught on. Andrew Abbott, 9 shutout. We just talked about that. Miley, 5 innings, 3 earned runs. By the way, another semi-concerning factor. 3rd lefty in a row that the Reds are going to throw at the Guardians here. Obviously, again, the Guardians are bad against lefties, but whatever. Brandon Walter, 6 innings, 2 earned runs. Colton Gordon, 5 innings, 1 earned run. Max Fried, 6 shutout. Carlos Rodon, 7 innings, 1 earned run. Clayton Kershaw, 5 innings, 1 earned run. Scooble did his thing against them. It's just like if you just go down the game logs of the lefties against the Guardians, they just dominate the Guardians. So I'm going to hope Lodolo can do the damn same.
Okay, I just want to see the cost here on the first 5 and then make this make this
I got minus 140 first 5, minus 120 full game. Bullpen for the Reds. Had a day off yesterday, so should be ready to go.
And we're talking about how bad the Guardians have been, but Spooner just sending me some great stuff about how the Reds have seen worse lefties and can't touch them either. The problem is the market isn't going with it. That's the only problem. Or else it's just that. Sorry?
The under, right?
Yeah. And that's enough here. Wow, it's expensive. It is expensive. I don't know. I can't bet on minus 140. I can't do it. It's even minus 142 in my offshore. So I have to bet the minus a half. But I guess, maybe I have to just... Fuck, this is so expensive, man.
Yeah, minus 140 is about my max.
I guess the only good thing is it's even more expensive on at a sharp offshore. Andrew G says minus 140 is hard to beat long term. And again, the total's going over. I can't do it. I got to take the Reds first 5 minus a half. Okay, so I'm going to take the Reds first 5 minus a half. I'm going to take the first 3 under in Philly. So do you have time to set up the next game, Jose, or what?
Sure. Let's set it up here. I'll help you out here with little Chad Patrick, Spencer Schwellenbach here. Matchup Braves, Brewers. A very interesting line movement in this game, which we'll start off with here. A dramatic one here. The Braves have 59% of the bets. 70.
Okay, you know what? I'm not getting it. I guess I am. Fuck, minus 103. Sorry.
It's okay. This is why people tune in. They want to see you agonizing over these bet decisions.
I don't think that's it. But.
Well, let's talk. Schwellenbach here got 59% of the bets and 70% of the money on the Atlanta Braves here. This line opens up at minus 130 at BOL. It is now minus 169 Atlanta Braves. Penny opening this up minus 135. It is at minus 165 here. So a dramatic movement to the Braves here. It's about the same amount of money that Ben Brown and the Cubs have on them, and they moved same kind of negotiation here. Obviously this one's a little more than the Ben Brown one, so I should have moved that much. But it's fascinating to see. When I was looking at this game market wise, it was definitely one of those games I was like, okay, this could be an easy leg of a 2-leg parlay here. But let's talk about Schwellenbach and Chad Patrick, 2 pitchers that I like, truthfully, and it will probably keep me off of fading the Brewers here. Chad Patrick, we've talked about his triple crown last year in the minor leagues. He's been excellent. Basically throughout the year, max amount of runs he's given up in a start has been 3. 6 innings, 1 earned run, 6 innings, 2 earned runs, 4 2/3 shutout against the Padres, at the Phillies, and at home for the Red Sox. So it's just been impressive how good he's been, and I think that he is a quality pitcher that we will be seeing in the majors for quite a while now. Home road splits, just for those interested. Home, 44 innings pitched, a 2.25 for Chad Patrick compared to a road 3.86 for Chad Patrick. So obviously pitches better at home. Home comfort's just another note to keep an eye on there. Schwellenbach on the other side here. 6 innings, 4 runs, 3 of them earned at the Giants. Dominates the Red Sox, 6 1/3, 5 hits, 11 Ks, no walks or runs allowed there in his last start on the 31st of last month here. So Very interested to see if he bounces back. Another home road split dichotomy here for Schwellenbach. Home 2.29 ERA and 51 innings pitched. Road 29 2/3 4.85 ERA. So just be aware of that. I'm probably going to stay off this game. I like both these pitchers. Maybe you can find yourself into a sneaky over in this game with the total being so low. And we have, by the way, 82% of the bets, 88% of the money on the under in this game. This opened up at an 8.5 juice to the under already at where we used to play poker. It quickly went to an 8 and then goes down to a 7.5.
Wow.
So expecting some big numbers, some big pitching performances. Penny opened this up at an 8 minus 111 to the over. It goes up to up to 8.5 at one point, and then drops right back down 8, 7.5, and then just bips and bops from 8.5 to 8 to 7.5, and is now sitting at 7.5. So expecting both these guys to go out here and shove, it seems. I probably I will stay off this game. It'd be a Braves and like a parlay piece for me. I was looking, the other side of that was Minnesota. You guys will talk about that here shortly, but it's going to be a stay off game for me. Jimmy, what do you think?
Well, the initial move to the over, I'm not going to, put a line through it and pretend it's not there. It being hammered now to the under, I'm still concerned. That, and also again, what is not been working, unless I have to take it down to 1.5, right? Or I build the 2, and I don't want really. I mean, to expect only 1 run scored in 3 innings is a very daunting task here. I'm curious to see what the first 3 under is, because it should be extremely expensive. And
2 minus 140.
No, it's minus 155. It's extremely expensive. I can't. I cashed the first 3 under with much weaker pitchers yesterday. So why would I be concerned here? No, Schwellenbach's been great on the road, and it's lefties that have been getting him. He's getting righties out, really easy at a great pace. Righties are hitting 224 with a 537 OPS, so just no power at all. I mean, lefties have slightly higher average, but over 200 points higher OPS. Lefties have power against Schwellenbach. Thank you, Jose, for all that you did, man. Jose will be back here in a little bit. So if we know that it's lefties, so who are the lefties that we need to worry about? And what, Terang, Bowers, and Frelick? That's a pretty weak group of left-handed bats here. For Chad Patrick, his splits are pretty sound. Lefties have a higher, average 272, but no power, 688 against them. And the Braves are hitting righties harder than the Brewers. I mean, this is just such a huge move. It's such a huge move to the Braves. I find it difficult not to back it. It's not the easiest thing to back, but I don't see how we don't in this one. DC Capper, we've heard DC Capper on the Braves. We've heard BJ on the Braves, and so now it's very expensive to back the Braves. But I don't. I think they're just telling us, what to do. It maybe, Wager Detective says Yelich is off. Yeah, there's no Yelich. It's a pretty weak lineup. And I guess that's part of the move. Terang, Churio, Contreras, Bowers, Hoskins, Frelick, Durbin, Joey Ortiz, and Haas catching. For the Braves, Acuna, Baldwin, Riley, Olsen, Ozuna, Albies, Harris, Eli White, and Nick Allen playing short. Justin McKelvey on the Braves as well. Yeah, I mean, if you look at the statistical profile of the pitchers, there's not very much difference. So Rob Free says, how much sharp money is on the Braves? That's a great question, Rob. So let's go over those numbers again. 59% of the tickets and 70% of cash. I mean, it's not that much money on them for this line to be moving so quickly. Shout out to my guy AOD in the house.
It's interesting here. Wage Detective saying steam chasing is never good. Does it correlate with your action? Because if it does, it's just the market indicating what the right side is. Now you can't bet the money line. You could have a colleague on the money line, and you'll have to bet the -1, which means, you could possibly, push while your friend cashes. I mean, it's a pretty monstrous move here. I mean, the books are showing their hand. I think, so Joe Yurkovich would look at it. So we'd look at it, I think, differently. Joe Yurkovich says Braves road, Brewers home. Enough said for me. The Braves are 11-24 on the road, and the Brewers are 20-13 at home. So why would the books make the Braves such a big favorite? Because it's not because they're fucking idiots. And Spooner says, look at the prospect pedigree and age. Patrick's not at the same level just because short sample size of numbers say it's true. Oh, look. Oh, and Joe saying price is wrong. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Oh, yeah. I mean, Wage Detective, I'd rather chase pussy. I mean, so, when it's said and done, I mean, I think to me, it's clear that the Braves have shown it here. Joe Yurkovich says Braves are the public darlings and Brewers have unknowns. Action Jackson says sometimes the books are fucking idiots. Can you point me in the direction of a broke book? I never seen one. Have you seen one, Action Jackson? Broke ass book? Because good God. When I was down in Costa Rica, the issue that these guys had is, where do I hide all this fucking money? So, I don't find it hard here. I think it's the Braves -1. We also have a 2:15 game here, so that's an hour and 15 minutes, and then we have the 3:40, 4:07, 4:10. I guess I would like to have all of those games capped before I send in my next action, and we'll take a cent here. No, Wager Detective, we want your 2 cents. We want everybody's 2 cents. We want Joe Yurkovich is a great capper. Sometimes I don't mean to get harsh, and that's my fault. I can get harsh, and it's not. I don't mean it out of animosity. Dougie Wise with his bonus play is the Seattle Mariners. Joe Yurkovich says Braves overvalued all year. I get it. I get it. I'm going to copy and paste the bonus play from our guy, Dougie Wise. D-Trip saying Braves spot. And Swaggy McNoleg says the Trump Casino. Does that count as a broke book? But that's a good call. Dizzy Rothstein says sometimes it's just that simple. Books made the Orioles a favorite over the Tigers yesterday. Dumb. Sure, Dizzy. But what did it tell us? What did it tell us? It told me I was going to catch the first 3 under. But I hear you. So you know what? Let's move on. Next up for us, we have the Jays Cardinals. Okay, I'm not sure if Jose's doing another show. I'm not sure if he's gonna be able to do these things here, and I'm fucking blind. Jays Cardinals. Okay, here we go. I got it. All right, let's roll. We have Busch Stadium in St. Louis, Missouri. Treek saying Jimmy Reds first 5 parlayed with Braves money line plus 171. Yeah, Treek, I can't do that. I can only Reds first 5 is not easy, and Braves money line is not easy. I can't put them together. If I'm going to parlay something, it's got to be something that I think is just a smash and grab, and I try not to. There's nothing wrong with it, though. Nothing wrong with it. Spooner says Jay's recent numbers heavily skewed by outlier outings. There's Dabby Cab in the house. All right, let's roll. Eric Lauer going up against Matthew Liberatore. We have a couple lefties on the hill. Lauer has been the primary of late, but he's pitching so well. AM saying, do not step in front of the Jays. I actually profited with that plus 2.5 at plus 110. Another thing, and for you guys, I just, at least for me, what's been working so well, live betting, is make your live bet before the opposition bats, before they start their bat with 0 out. That's when you take your team, because you're trusting your pitcher to improve or to get better or to get outs. And the difference isn't massive, but I can tell you last night, the difference in me taking the Cardinals plus 2.5 before the Jays batted was plus 110 when Michaelis kind of got right and got the Jays down in order. It was minus 115. And that's a legitimate swing that's important here. D-Trip saying there is something wrong with it, doesn't work. What is that, my man, D-Trip? Oh, the UFC contest? And Makar gets the North. He deserves it. D-Trip, please let me know what doesn't work, my man. Okay, let's roll. We have Eric Lauer, 2-1, 2.08 ERA, 0.88 whip, 26 innings, 24 Ks, 9 walks, 3 home runs. I do not know what to do with him. Certainly, if you're trusting numbers, he's been phenomenal. Do we trust it? I don't know. I mean, anyone could have picked him up for a cup of coffee, but that's been Lauer's MO for the last 5 or 6 years. That you could get him for a cup of coffee, and he seems to over-deliver. Billy Frieder says this is a Cardinals spot. On the road, Lauer's pitched in 5 games. He's only started once, but 15 innings, 8 hits, very good, 3 earned runs. Oh, parlaying heavy faves. Yeah, again, like parlaying is about, I wouldn't parlay heavy faves together, but let's say I like the spot and then I had a big favorite. I think a lot of it depends on your bankroll. I mean, I'm 45. I've built a bankroll. It's taken me a long, long time. If you haven't, and even 10 years ago, I only had $100 a day. So in the summertime, I would parlay baseball because I wanted a score. I wanted my heart to beat through my chest. And so I would put 3-team parlays together. But that was different. I was just a rec bettor who wanted more, but was unable to because of my bankroll. So again, it's all about, how much money do you have? And, I wasn't, if let's say, if I had $100 a day and I could maybe, let's say I could make my unit size $33.33. It doesn't do enough for me. Just me personally, it doesn't do enough for me. So it just, again, it depends on how you handle things. Let's roll here. We have Matthew Liberatore, 3-5, 3.82 ERA, 1.13 whip, 68 and a third, 58 Ks, 10 walks, and 6 homers. His last start was bad. He allowed 7 earned runs and a 7-5 loss at home versus the Royals, only 2 strikeouts. He didn't look good. At home, he's been very good, though. He's only allowed 31 hits in the 36 innings, 13 earned runs. Justin McKelvey has the over 8.5 in his pocket. The lefties, he's been shutting down. Righties hit him, but not with enormous power. 263, 709 OPS. Saturated says, sounds like you need bigger parlays. Jays versus lefties in the last 30 days, it's crazy. 301, 862. Cards versus lefties, 226, 651. And a great note here from our guy Spooner, and I'm looking at right now on RotoWire, Spencer Turnbull. Spencer Turnbull is going to be the primary here. Very, very, very interesting here. Let's get some Spencer Turnbull information and decide exactly how we want to attack him here. Turnbull, multi-inning role here. So he has been terrible in the minors. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get hurt in the majors, but AAA Buffalo, he's been really bad. 7.13 ERA, 14 strikeouts and 9 walks and 17 2/3. This guy was getting touched in single A, Dunedin. So he had 2 outings at AAA Buffalo. 6 1/3. He allowed 7 runs on 9 hits and 5 walks. Jermaine O'Neal, Dutch, my man. This is 1-0 Pirates. Thank you, Justin. I got the jersey when he got traded to the Raptors. Man, it was the coolest jersey in the city for a month, maybe. So okay, so let's look at the pros and cons here. Eric Lauer going to start, and then Turnbull is going to come in. You have to think that you have an advantage with Liberatore at home. Yes, New Corker, Lauer is the starter. But Turnbull is the primary. D-Trip, it's great having you here. So you have the Jays bullpen as an advantage to the Jays. They've been pitching very well, and the Cardinals bullpens look susceptible. You have the Jays advantage against lefties, which will turn into righties, and it is still an advantage with it doesn't matter. Sorry, because Liberatore is going to stay. So the Cards versus lefties is a bad number, but Cards versus righties is much better. Tyler Flowers here on the team total over 3.5. Spooner says, never seen Jermaine O'Neal not in the Pacers jersey, man. Yeah, he's a fucking Raptor, man. D-Trip says, feel like a card spot. Okay, so I got the situation with the pitchers, and thank you for the news about Liberatore, Spooner. So let's go through the weather and the line history and decide if this is something that we should move on. 80 Fahrenheit, feels like 79, 7.4 miles per hour, right to left, dies down to 6.7 miles per hour. Let's get into the Ballpark Pal set here for a Bush. Minus 4%. Interesting. Minus 3% homers, minus 11% doubles and triples, but plus 6% singles. Interesting. Money line here for these Cardinals. We have a minus 134. Line's not moving towards them. Why would it, though? I mean, with the way the Jays have been playing. 1 cent move towards the Cardinals. That's it. Let's take a look at this total. From a total perspective, we have the 8.5 at a pick'em, and it's not moved. Now, this line took a while to come out, I guess, with the unknown of who is going to pitch or who is going to be, the primary for the Jays. We have this no movement. This didn't come out till 8:53 a.m., so it's only been around for 4 hours. Let's get into the cash flow. I think this will be very telling here. Cash flow wise, here, interleague, let's move down. We have 52% of tickets and 58% of cash on the Cardinals. You have 52% of tickets and 86% of cash on the over, and it's not moving. Oh, wow. I didn't hear that, Ricky. That's wild. Absolutely wild. Crystal Craig says, I'm going to ride the over again today, being on all games in this series. Crystal Craig, listen to what she says about the Jays. Wager Detective, we're closing with NHL. The game's tomorrow. So we're closing with NHL. We got to get to these afternoon games. They're much more important at this point. So we're going to hear from Gogster today. We'll hear from Bobano tomorrow. Yeah, I think the Cardinals are the play, but it just feels sort of coin flippy. It just feels sort of coin flippy. The line's not moving towards them. Liberatore. Let's just quickly go over Liberatore here. And Perky added the Reds' first 5 money line. Are you taking a money line or minus a half, Perky? Let's take a look quickly at Liberatore's last little bit here, and then we'll move past this baseball game because Liberatore's not looked as good of late. And I just, can we trust him at home? Let's go over his game log. At home against the Royals, he allows 7 earned runs. At the Rangers, he allows 4 earned runs. Now, he shut down the Diamondbacks and the Royals. That was the second time seeing them. I think we can give excuses here. Let's go into that 11-1 loss. That's the weird outlier against the Rangers team that's not hitting lefties. They got after him right in that second inning. Yeah, Haggerty tripled, Langford homered. And then, then he kind of got right and didn't allow a run. I think Liberatore is the advantage. Yeah. That's dope, man. Respect. And Thomas Maggot, respect, man. Columbia, South Carolina. I think that the advantage is Liberatore. That's what I think. I think that's the advantage again. I think the question mark is, can you put a line through those 2 games? And DC Caberson cards, I think that you can, but it'd have to be a -1 line. So then you'd be on, I'd take the Braves -1, and then I have to take the Cardinals -1, which is a real dangerous thing to do betting against the Jays right now. Do I need to do this? You know what? The fact is I don't. So, yes, I feel like we have an advantage. But the Jays are walking into Busch Stadium expecting to win again. I don't know if I get there and this game pops off in an hour and 3 minutes, so we'll have to make some decisions around it. Let's keep rolling. Next up for us is a 340 start. Timmy Two Shoes. I moved on him plus 2.5 and plus 120, and the line moved against me. So let's roll. 3:40 p.m. Eastern with the Seattle Mariners 33-33, 17-16 on the road at the Arizona Diamondbacks 33-34, 17-17 at home. I want to thank you guys all again for getting me off that Mariners future. I came very close. But again, I didn't just bet it and tell you about it. I talked to you guys about it, and you told me not to bet it. And I listened. And I thank you. Brian Wu going up against Eduardo Rodriguez. Let's roll into this. Brian Wu, 5-3, 3.07 ERA, 0.96 WHIP. Dougie Wise, Mariners minus 104 full game. You have to think here. You have to think that when you have such a perceived pitching advantage, and the fact that the Mariners have no power against lefties at all, 247, 682 OPS. The Diamondbacks raking righties, 274, 37 OPS. That something's up. You have Eduardo Rodriguez with a 6.70 ERA, 1.65 WHIP, going up against Brian Wu with 3.07 ERA, 0.96 WHIP. I mean, what? Now, Ron Lofton says the Diamondbacks bats are the difference, and that is true. Thank you, Gorky, my man, for all the support. Gorky, a lot of us, man. I'm not the only one really excited about hanging out with you and getting to meet you finally when we have our Woodbine Summit of Champions. It's going to be fun, man. Gorky in the house. Andrew G saying all that pitching, they're not even going to win the division. Shocking. I'm just thankful that I don't have this ass clown future that you guys stopped it. Dougie Wise saying Eduardo will get touched today. And AM saying this is quite the toss-up game. I didn't really see a great way to bet it. So let's get into the plan. We know the roof's closed, so we don't need to worry about that. Let's just get into the line history here and then take a look at the board, take a look at the cash flow, and then break it down a little bit further. But I can tell you guys, obviously, you guys cap with me a lot. The first instinct is if the line is fishy, it's to back the pitcher with the terrible numbers. But we don't have to do anything. We have the under 9 minus 111 opener. It's now minus 110. So we've had this total not move at all. From a money line side of things here, we have the Diamondbacks at minus 109. They open up minus 102. The Mariners gone from minus 108 to plus 101. I mean, this is extremely telling to me. The only good thing for me here would be if the public is on the Mariners. And let's see if that is the case. We get to take another look at the interleague ball. Yes, it is. 62% of the tickets on the Seattle Mariners, but 57% of cash is on the Diamondbacks. Lefties and righties are both hitting Rodriguez very hard, but he's coming off an okay performance at the Reds. And you could say, look, the Mariners are hitting Reds slightly better. Sorry, the Mariners are hitting lefties slightly better than the Reds, but it's just very slightly. I mean, how is this not a get-right spot? How is this not a get-right spot for Eduardo Rodriguez? The bats are real in Arizona. The bats are real in Arizona. Let's just take a look at Rodriguez's numbers here. So he's had one home start. 4 of those 5 starts were on the road of his last 5. And the home start was against the Dodgers. Very difficult. Very difficult. So let's look at the home start before that. The Rays, 4 runs, 6 2/3. That's not good enough. The Brewers, that was a quality start. The Cubs was close to a quality start. Spooner says Mariners bats are live on the road. In his opinion, that's why I isolated the Diamondbacks here. We got action from our guy Robert Cherry here. A wager detective says Wu lost his last 3 decisions that could be baked into the line. And Perky saying with the lineup like Arizona, you take them at home price this way. That's, in my opinion, worth a bet every time, especially against Mariners team who isn't potent on offense, but he's not close to the Diamondbacks. Sorry, offensively. And Swaggy McNolegs, this is it, Swaggy, for me. This is where you have to use this. You have to use the -1 calculator. Get yourself a 4 and watch your ROI go up and away. You need to be able to push and also keep your VIG down. This is so important, man. It is so important. This is courtesy of the great Ron Crawford. It's a run line calculator. Just click American, and then you can decide if it's win amount or risk amount. I'm a risk amount capper. Put in your amount of money you want to bet, the odds of the money line, the odds of the run line. In this case, the money line would be the more expensive total, and the run line would be the least expensive total, the higher one. Oh, shit. God, I screwed this up here. Let me just do this again here. Let me get this here. And there we go. Please use this, Swaggy. This is just going to be extremely helpful. And to all of you guys watching, extremely helpful. Okay. Oh, God, Jesus. Okay. Let's stop for a second here. Our guy, Robert Cherry, says to everybody in the chat, send prayers to my mom. She fell in the shower a few days ago, broke her leg 2 places. She just had her second surgery last night. Appreciate and love you all, Cappers. What a guy he is. Wow. I'm so sorry that your mom had to go through this, Robert. We're thinking of you and your mom and your family, and you're a fighter, just like she is. She's going to make it through this, but she does need all the support and love that she can get from everybody. So thinking about your mom, Robert, and we're going to get more Robert Cherry here on camera. I love him. Great capper, OG low bagger. Thinking about your mom, Robert, and sorry that you had to go through that. The more you can be by her side, the better everything will be. So try and get to her side as much as possible. I want the Diamondbacks here. I want the Diamondbacks here. Now, I do, the Diamondbacks Cardinals, I don't know if I need to bet. Them. But I certainly find it appealing. And I think that if we wait another hour and get more information, that's fine. I feel similarly with the Cardinals -1. Do I need to move on? I don't know if I need to move on it. But I don't feel that way about the Braves -1. I really think that the market is telling us that we don't want you to bet it. Where it's not quite saying it with the other 2 spots here, that the Braves spot. Jesus, it's just flying. I mean, it's just getting deeper and deeper. It's now -170. So I think at this point, I'm going to move on the Braves -1, and I'm going to continue thinking about both the Diamondbacks and the Cardinals here. But if I was going to put it in order here, they're all -1s, and I would take the Braves to the Diamondbacks to the Cardinals. Jay Kopp says, do you factor possible sweeps in your decisions? I stopped doing that, Jay Kopp, because I stopped treating baseball like a team sport. That changed when I stopped treating baseball like a team sport. My ROI skyrocketed. So, that's the answer to that. I don't. I mean, it's a weird way of looking at it, and I know it is still a team. It's kind of a dumb thing to say, a team, that kind of thing. But it's really how I just do you notice that I don't talk about what happened yesterday? That was an immediate change in my results. I mean, immediate change. It was 2 years ago or 3 years ago. I can't remember if it was 2022 or 2021, but it was an immediate, huge difference, and that's why I don't talk about it. And Andrew G, I was told that to not look at baseball as a team sport by a professional gambler. That wasn't something I came up with on my own. Again, you listen when professional gamblers talk. You listen, and I listened. All right, so the Braves. Now that I'm going to be doing this solo just for a little bit longer till Jose comes back, I'm going to want to get this Braves action in at some point. It's come back a couple cents, so I don't think I need to do it right now. And let's just keep rolling here. Let's keep rolling. Let's also take a look at where we stand here with our live action and see where everything is. and we cash Miami, Pittsburgh, first 3 under. Fuck, man. I've just never had anything like this before, man. Nice work, Jacob. I haven't, man. It's just crazy. I mean, there's certain things that are different because I have a show where we're breaking down all of the games. If I didn't have a show, and there will be a time in my life when I don't, and I'm just, down in Vegas or whatever, I would only bet first 3 unders, because I wouldn't be capping the card. It wouldn't be a community thing. It would just be me, and I need to make money, which is still a huge part of this. But this is absolutely nuts here. Kong, don't worry. There'll be lots more. I'm glad you guys all got it. You guys have stuck with me through lots of losing, and we are succeeding right now across every sport. We're actually in the red now in WNBA. AM says you should track what percentage of first 3 unders also hit full game under. That's what Troy wants to do for me. My problem is on my spreadsheet, I don't have room. I do have a tiny room for a date, but I'm changing that. I need to start dating them. So I'll be giving them to Troy to give me that information here. Okay. No worries, Leo. Of course you can ask that. So what does professional mean? Just a professional gambler means someone who does it for a living and nothing else. Their bets feed their family, or it'll pay their mortgage, pay their car payments. It's gambling only. That's a professional gambler. That's professional gambler. And baseball is not a team sport. It's a bunch of individuals that care about their own statistics. Their own individual statistics are what get them paid. So their baseball team can go 62-100, and they don't give a fuck because they're getting the bag because of their individual numbers. They don't care about the team. You hear so many stories of players just despising each other, and because it's not, so when I stopped caring about what happened yesterday, because in NHL, NBA, NFL, I need to know what happened in the last game. It's crucial. You can't cap without it. In baseball, I couldn't. Every game is a new situation of individuals playing a sport, wearing the same jersey. So, all right, let's roll. Spooner says tomorrow only cap first threes. I'll do the card. I made extra time for tomorrow. The world wants your first 3 unders. Thank you, Spooner. I don't know if I can do that because I also really want to. Look, I'm a gambler, and I want to gamble badly. It brings a ton of joy to my life. But it's the smart way of looking at it. Okay. Kong says that's why I had to quit with baseball. My brain will not accept the fact that the sole outcome of a baseball game depends on the pitcher, that I don't have the time. Baseball is a real grind. That's another thing I stopped doing. It's not all about the pitcher at all. That's how I used to that before I started doing this full time. I thought that the pitcher is the single most important person to influence the game. I stopped thinking that way. Not that they're not very, very important, but I stopped thinking that way personally, and that helped me out. So, all right, let's roll. We have a 1-0 Guardians in the bottom of the first. Looks like there's going to be a lot of offense there. 2-0 in Phillies Cubs. Now, it's not looking good for our first 3 under there, or our Reds first 5. But we'll just keep rolling along here. 5 for 6 off Lodolo now. Wow, Ramirez is a monster. All right, fellas, let's roll on. Next up for us, 4:07 p.m. Eastern, we have the Athletics, 26-43, 14-20 on the road at the Los Angeles Angels, 32-34, 14-16 at home at Angel Stadium in Anaheim, California. Stephen Harrison says, I love capping baseball. I love it more than any other sport. I'll become a pro one of these days. I believe in you, and I believe in that. It's just so hard that I don't think I can do it on my own. It's the one sport where I don't. That's why I've not been betting baseball on Saturdays, Sundays, or Mondays. Only with you guys, because if it's a community that beats the book in MLB. Energy saying so much data consume, it's tough. Justin McKelvey on Kurt's RBI at plus 160. Rob Free saying that Tigers line is insane. Heavy money on Detroit, but line keeps pushing towards the Orioles. Let's get into all of that. But let's start with this Angel spot, Angel Stadium in Anaheim, California. Let's get into the weather here. let me get. God, I got too many things up here. Let me get this off, and get this fucking off. Okay, let's get this out of here. Okay, let's roll. Let's start with the weather in Los Angeles. 71 Fahrenheit, feels like 68.7 miles per hour out to center. It gets up to 10.3 miles per hour. Seems like very offensive baseball. Big Daddy Boom says, I really believe, Jimmy, it's better if pros don't like each other on teams because they compete harder to show up each other. And 3-0 Phillies. Look at that. So we lose the second first 3 under that fast. Bottom of the first. Should have trusted Luzardo and not Ben Brown. Interesting. Okay, so 101 there. And now we need the Reds' first 5. Okay, so let's roll here. JP Sears going up against Kyle Hendricks. We heard Wine Time talking about Kyle Hendricks and the expectation of Kyle going for his 100th of victory. And I don't think he got credit for the win in that last start. I'm doing this solo, so can somebody else check if Kyle Hendricks got credit for that win in that start? It was a 5-4 win at home versus Mariners, but he allowed 4 runs over 6 innings. I don't think he got credit for the win, but he might have. Zach Nato, RBI here, plus 145. And Wager Detective says, if you like the Phillies pound the over 9, you were right. Wager Detective, you were right. Very, very right there. So let's go. JP Sears and Kyle Hendricks. Let's take a look at the weather here in this. Oh, he did get the win. Okay, thank you, Billy Friedrich. So he got his 100th win. That takes a little bit of the pressure off of him. Speaking of pressure, let's take a look at the wind here in Angel Stadium. Plus 7% overall, plus 19% home runs, minus 4% doubles and triples, and plus 2% singles. So let's take a look at the line history here for this one. We have the Angels at minus 136. They opened up at plus 108. Good God, that's a move. That is a move. Now, I don't think we can believe that opening line. Cut that. That they're saying it changed in 1 minute. Let me look at a different book. That doesn't make any sense. Got to make sure this shit makes sense, or it really messes with you. Let's take a look at that never opened there. But it's still a big move towards the Angels, just not as ridiculous. Let's talk about the site we used to play poker at. They opened this up at 8:36 p.m. Minus 120 was the open line, gets to minus 137. So 17 cents of movement towards the Angels, which is still something. Let's get to the total. From a total perspective, we have this one at, we're back to where we're at 10, minus 113 to the under. This opened up at 10, minus 107 to the under. Went to 9.5 for a while, but we're back at 10. Still 6 cents of movement towards the under. So 17-cent move to the Angels, 6 cents of movement towards the under. Robert Cherry says, I like JP Sears in this spot, and they deserve a win against the Angels in this spot today. If the line keeps moving towards the Angels, I'm even stronger on the A's. JP Sears, 5-5, 5.21 ERA, 1.29 whip, 67 and a third, 49 strikeouts, 14 walks, and 15 home runs. In his last start, 5-4 win at home versus the Orioles. We know it's tough to pitch in that minor league ballpark in Sacramento, and still got the job done. On the road, he's been tiniest bit better than he's been at home. He's just not been very good anywhere. The lefties are hitting him, righties are hitting him. It's Kyle Hendricks, coming off also a 5-4 win at home, but he took out the Mariners. At home, he's been quite a bit better than he's been on the road. Now he has consecutive home starts, which probably helps him in his routine. It's righties that are hitting him, 291 with an 866 OPS. So let's take a look at the A's group of righties and find out if it concerns us. We have Jacob Wilson, Brent Rooker, Max Muncy, Luis Urias, McIver Clark. I mean, it's a pretty weak group of righties. Spooner says, is the biggest Kyle Hendricks fan in this chat. I would like to fade him here and take the Athletics team total. I think 4.5 is doable, but Hendo pitches well at home. Shout out to our guy T Moss. Black Thor King is big on the over in this situation. So A's versus righties last 30 days, 249, 756 OPS. Angels versus lefties, 237, 720 OPS. A's bullpen is horrific, and the Angels bullpen's been pretty good. 3.80 ERA. Jermaine talking about Hendricks' daytime numbers. Let's take a look at them here quickly, because it's something that I do try to stay away from. It comes down to sample size. Are you getting a proper sample size here? So in the day, he's throwing 15 and 2/3 innings. I think you need to see, who he's pitching against. Let's go to 2024. Did he have that problem? Yeah, 68 and 2/3. But he was just horrible in 2024. This guy was, again, is it just perfectly correlating with whether he can pitch anymore? You go to 2023, that was his last good season. And in the day, he was great. It's tricky. It's very tricky, which brings us to something else here, which I'll get into in a second. But the Angels bullpen is pitching very well. I can understand why this has moved towards the Angels, but who do you trust here? It's such a coin flippy situation. You have a very high total. You have the line moving towards Hendricks, with the consecutive home starts, but I don't trust him or them. What I could say is I trust that the Athletics are a pack of losers, but then, do I really? The A's are hitting righties last 30 days harder than the Angels hitting lefties. So I don't, there's nothing appealing enough for me in this one. We're waiting for Sears to get better, and that's what, Robert Cherry's looking for. And I think we'll just keep waiting. Let's talk about our last afternoon spot. Then we'll get into the evening games. But there's something here that I want to talk about just quickly about what we're doing, capping all these sports. And, the first ever capper that I ever heard say this line was in 2017. And he said, men lie, women lie, and numbers, they don't lie. That capper who said that, the colleague of his that worked in the office with me, the colleague of his had to change the password of the spreadsheets because he was going in and changing them. Okay? So the guy who was saying that numbers don't lie was lying about the numbers. We shouldn't trust numbers. Justin McKelvey saying Lil Wayne said that first. We shouldn't trust numbers. There's a reason why in 100-meter, no, it's definitely not ski. Definitely not ski. I'm not going to say who it is, but ski, honorable man and a friend of mine. There's a reason why the 100-meter sprint, when it's wind dated, they don't count the numbers. There's a reason why I always tell you guys, don't believe what you've just seen. The older you get, the more distrust you have in people. In this industry, people make numbers lie. In sports, people make numbers lie. You'll watch a horse race, and you can't judge the speed of a horse by the final number. Was it a horse that goes to the lead and gets off with, a 24-2 opening quarter so he can just kind of, dominate the second half of the race because he wasn't pushed too hard early? All of these numbers that we are looking at that is there enough sample size to believe in the number? I think that you should distrust almost everything. When I came into this industry, I could not believe how much manipulation of numbers. When we get into a breakdown of NHL or NBA, I can create a breakdown with numbers that fit my argument, but I could also come up with the exact same breakdown that fits the opposite argument. What I'm trying to say is, don't believe fucking anything out there. I don't mean to be like such a negative person, but men lie, women lie, and fucking numbers lie. And the people who tell you that numbers don't lie are fucking liars. Okay, let's roll on. Dodgers, Padres. Let's get this one up here. I know, Jose, you are doing thank you, my man. Oldie says, I can make my data show you anything. So, yeah, okay. Swaggy McNola says, so much of sports gambling talk is people attempting to qualify data that are unqualified to qualify that data. It's yeah. Yeah, no, I don't. It's kind of something I've wanted to talk about for a while, but let's roll. 4:10 p.m. Eastern. We have Los Angeles Dodgers 40-28, 17-17 on the road at the San Diego Padres 38-28, 21-11 at home. Petco Park in San Diego, California. Let's get into the weather here in San Diego, California. 69 Fahrenheit. Feels like 69 Fahrenheit. Much warmer than we're used to in San Diego games. Of course, it's just 1:10 p.m. out west. 6.3 miles per hour left to right and slightly out. Gets up to 8 miles per hour. We've already heard from Gorky. He is backing the Padres once again here today in this one. Let's get into the cash flow. And we have Stacks play today, number 2, and it is Dodgers over 9.5. And you know what? I like seeing this fucking money. I like the Stacks intro. Makes me want to make more money. Makes me take a breath, and think about what I'm trying to do here. Let's get this fucking money.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
We have Stacks on the over 9.5. Spooner says Bobby Miller got destroyed in AAA yesterday. I want to attack him so badly. He's a mess. He is an absolute mess. There's our guy, Robert McCormick, our latest winner of a PSR Gold race, $150. So, and Ben Kasparius to open and pitch multiple innings. Thank you for that, A. I'm sorry that I missed that. So Robleski is the primary, and we have Ben Kasparius. Thank you. Very, very important. Let's pull up Ben Kasparius' numbers because I have Robleski's, but I don't have Ben Kasparius. Kasparius. Let's go. Okay, here we go. I do not know much about this. Ben Kasparius. Let's see. 5th round pick in the 2021 draft. 26-year-old. God, they find these pitchers. Drafted out of high school, Westport, Connecticut. Let's take a look at what he's done here in the minors. Let's get his minors up here. Would like to know that more than the few fucking MLB numbers that he's had. Okay, so let's take a look. So we have him he climbed up last year. He started in AA, pitched really well, moved to AAA and pitched the exact same, which is what you want to see when a pitcher comes through. And then he got to pitch in 3 games out of the pen last year. And then this year, Ben Kasparius has looked very good. He's looked very good. Interesting. Wow. I should be following him more. Let's take a look at Kasparius's game log here in this one. We have Kasparius. Let's get this up here. I apologize. Just give me 1 second. Get the Kasparius fucking game log. There he is. God, this kid can shove. He's much better than Robleski. I guess he's just not stretched out. He went 3 innings back on May 23rd, and he just got touched up by the Cardinals. The first time he got touched up in a while. Wow, this is important. He's good. We have the Skunt Blaster in the house. He says, do your own due diligence. Can't trust everything you see or hear. Don't be a follower. And the Skunt Bag play today is in. Boston Red Sox minus 110. I love it. The Skunt Blaster in the house. Thank you for that. I'm sure that will make Jose feel good. Feel very good. I also have 29 minutes to decide if I'm going to move on the Braves. I'd like to circle back here to that spot. shortly. But let's do this. Wroblewski's not look good. Coming up 5-0 loss at the Cardinals. The Cardinals are raking righties right now. They are raking righties. You're a good man, TC, my man Star, the Locker Room Talk podcast in the house. Lefties hitting power against them, and then righties hitting with a very high average against them. Seems like everybody gets a piece of Wroblewski. Going up against Randy Vasquez, and some great stuff from Spooner. Spooner's backed Vasquez a couple times with great results. Vasquez stats are nuts. 37 strikeouts, 34 walks. Sounds like you wouldn't want him on your baseball team, but 3.69 ERA. He's been very good. It's Wroblewski, Gorky, who's going to come in after him. I don't know how helpful that will be, but that's the situation here. So let's talk about Vasquez. Lefties smash him, righties don't hit him. So you can really find favorable matchups. Shohei Ohtani and Freddie Freeman, Max Muncy, Michael Conforto. That's not a favorable matchup at all. It's and don't get confused with the Max Muncy on the A's. I know it can be tricky there. It's not a favorable matchup for Vasquez if lefties can hit him. And that's why Gorky is on the Padres. I get it. I get it with, if you use Kasperius and then who's left, I get it. The Dodgers are hitting righties hard. This is a tough spot for Vasquez. 287, 897 OPS. Righties is 203, 569. We went over that against Vasquez against righties, but Dodgers versus righties 279, 831. Padres versus righties 222, 628 OPS. Dodgers bullpen 4.66 ERA. They've been bad. Padres bullpen has been so good of late. And if you looked at their stats, their last 15, 20 years have been good. But if you go back, 40 days, they were horrible for a little while. They opened the year as a phenomenal bullpen, and then they were a bottom 5 bullpen, and now they're getting right again. Let's pull up the line history and see what we are dealing with here with this Dodgers-Padres spot. We have a 9.5. A 9.5 here. This opens up minus 101 to the over. Now it's minus 108 to the over. Take a look at the money line here for this one. On the money line, we have the Dodgers at minus 146. They opened up minus 134, 12-cent move towards them. Let's look at the cash flow here. And Spooner, numbers lie. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Spooner. That's beautiful. Says Dodgers bullpen just got 2 of their best arms back. I like this. I've never had that conversation in the 10 years I've been doing this publicly. It's the first time I've had it. I think it's long enough that no one will know who I'm talking about too. And I will never, we don't name names here. We just cap together. And we name names if it's positive. We have 69% of tickets, 83% cash on the Padres, 55% tickets on the under, and 58% cash on the over. God, I hate seeing Gorky on the other side of this because to me, this is Dodgers. And it's Dodgers early. And it's Dodgers often. God. All right. Let's take a closer look here at the situation here and what's the best way to bet this. Because to me, this is... I don't know how Vasquez is going to get through the first inning. I mean, that's going to be the... And then look at turning the lineup over. I mean... When you have Muncy, Pajas, Conforto, Kim, Ohtani, I mean, there's 4 or 5 lefties. Then you get the righties, Mookie Betts, and then you get another lefty in Freddie Freeman. That's extremely difficult. That is extremely, extremely difficult situation. I just want to see the price differences here. So Dodgers here, 365 or minus 155 full game. And first 5, they're minus 165. They're more expensive. Huh. God. Okay. Spencer Hicks, my man. God, I had so much fun capping horses with you on Saturday. No, we didn't. We have Brizzy joining us here shortly to get into it, and I can't wait to get into it. So, God, I want Dodgers. I want Dodgers early. I want Dodgers early in this one. I want them early. And it's going to be expensive. I can understand you guys looking at the Euro feed. I know how much they've been hitting here, but what I guess I would have to do, which is very risky, is take the first 3 minus a half and the first 5 minus a half, which is what I'm going to do. Gorky, you can have the full game cash, my friend, but I'm going to take the first 3 minus a half and the first 5 minus a half. I think that Vasquez is going to get touched. I think he's going to get touched. Okay. So that concludes all afternoon action. We're going to move on to the 6:35 game, which is Tigers-Orioles. But before we do that, I need to decide a couple things. One, it's if I'm going to move on the Cardinals -1. I guess, you know what? I could look at that double result. Let me just see what that would pay. If that pays nice, if you can give me, this is back to that Dodgers game. What would the double result pay? Here, double result. It's just -110. That's not worth it to me. Okay. Do we move on the Cardinals and do we move on the Braves? Let's just take a second look at what the market has done here. We have the Braves. God, it just keeps moving towards them. It just won't stop. Unbelievable. Just moving and moving and moving towards the Braves. And then for the Cardinals here, it's not really. I'm going to look. I think the Cardinals are probably the bet, but I'm not going to move on them. I do like the Diamondbacks here, but it is I'm going to spend a little bit more time on that. I'm going to move on the Braves right this minute. This is just going to take me a second, and I apologize because I'm doing this solo, but I want to make this bet and get in. I understand that I'm coming in late. I'm getting a bad line. I get all that, but I want in. Of course, I can't bet the money line. Got to bet the -1. So let's just get this in and set up, and then we will move on to our next spot on the board. It's our evening action. So let's roll. Looks like Brown's got his shit together now, which is good. So here we go. Get this in. All right. I just got to do some quick -1 calculator. Oh, my God. There we go. Get this in here. And we're in business. So then I got the very, very expensive -176. And then the run line, I'm getting on the Braves +102. It's extremely expensive. Let's see what this is here. -176 and +102. Oh, shoot. There we go. There we go. Sorry, let me do this again. Sorry, -176. God, if this might be too expensive. I can take it. -137. Red's going live on the ticket there. Jermaine saying Dodgers not that great of a road team, in my opinion. Yeah, no, though win-loss is realistic. They're not a very good road team. I think Vasquez gets touched by the lefties and this is the wrong lineup for Vasquez. You know, if you've watched how Spooner has made money on Vasquez, it's finding him the right situation when you're not going up against lefties that are going to just, get you right in the drink hole, take your money and your girl. Okay. Let's pop this out here to the Twitterverse just to make it for record keeping purposes here. And I apologize doing this solo. It's taking a little bit longer than I would like. Here we go. Pick 4. Let's just take 1 second here. I apologize, you guys. Starting to sweat. Okay, here we go. Pick 4. Braves. -1, -137. Money line -176. Run line +102. Okay. and then we can worry about the Diamondbacks letting the Cardinals go. Okay, let's roll on. And I apologize for the stall there. Let's get to fucking work. Next up for us, we head to evening action. Let's get after it. 6:35 p.m. We have the Detroit Tigers, 44-24, 21-15 on the road at the Baltimore Orioles, 26-39, 12-18 at home. We're at Camden Yards in Baltimore, Maryland. We already got the heads up from Cappers that the more money was coming in on the Tigers, but this line was moving to the Orioles. And again, you know, when I was looking at the Casey Mize here, this is when I was like, I wouldn't mind if I could talk about this. I wouldn't mind. And it was about how numbers lie. Casey Mize is laboring. He's one of my favorite pitchers. His numbers are phenomenal. He's had 4 of his last 5 starts on the road. He's another road start today. That makes 3 straight road starts. The problem is, and the reason why I need to talk this out, is because our man, Ron Crawford, who gave us a winner yesterday, yet again, spreadsheet play today is these Detroit Tigers. And I get it. And it's not a comfortable thing to go up against the great Ron Crawford. And shout out to our friend Ron Crawford. Ron Crawford! Casey Mize, 6-1, 2.91 ERA, 1.22 whip, 55 2/3, 48 strikeouts, 16 walks, and 8 home runs. Just my 2 cents says, as always, let's go O's, but Super Pass here have no idea what happens here. Well, you nailed it yesterday, TC. Betting against your home squad, you crushed it. Casey Mize has great numbers. That last start, 3-2 extra inning loss at the White Sox, I didn't want the first 3 under because I was like, look, I'm watching him. He's laboring out there, and that would have cashed. That first 3 under would have cashed. Still, I didn't want it. Lucky lefty, you the man. Thank you for the support. I just don't want the show to be me, stalling and putting in action and shit. But thank you, my man. And hope you and Tata and King Zaire are doing great, my man. So we have on the road, he has not been great. Not as great as he's been at home. At home, he's lights out. And righties are starting to hit Casey Mize, 274, 765 OPS. So let's take a look at these Baltimore Orioles. There's not a lot of righties in this lineup. But I expect Rutschman to hit from the right side, but he'll have Holiday, Henderson, O'Hearn all hitting from the left side. Westberg, Laureano, Kobe Mayo. I mean, you got to figure out how to get more righties in this lineup. Justin McKelvey on the O'Hearn RBI spot. So this is probably a lineup that he should be able to be okay. But did you see him? How many ducks were on the pond against the White Sox? This is a much more dangerous lineup here. And the Tigers are not hitting right now. 234, 679. And it looks like Zach Eflin is in form. Looks like he's in form. He's pitching very good since he's come off the IL. 6 innings, 8 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 homer, 7 Ks, no walks, a 4-3 win at the Mariners last out. He's had 3 starts at home, 18 and a third, 11 earned runs, 15 Ks, and 1 walk. Now he's allowed 5 jacks. He's a 310 opponent's batting average, but he's looked like a different pitcher since coming back off of the IL. And lefties are hitting him much harder than righties. Lefties hitting much harder than righties. And the Tigers have lefties. Meadows, Carpenter, Green, Keith, and McKinstry. That's not an easy group to go up against. And both bullpens have not looked good. And it's weird to say that about this Orioles squad, but it's the truth. About the Tigers squad. This Tigers bullpen has not been very good of late. 83 Fahrenheit, feels like 82, 6.6 miles per hour left to right, but then it starts coming in and it dies down. So I imagine that this isn't the most offensive weather, but let's take a look at the numbers here from the Daily Stadium report. For Oriole Park, and it's very offensive, plus 14%, plus 7% homers, plus 10% doubles and triples, plus 11% singles. It's too bad. I want to fade Casey Mize here, but this might be a nice lineup for him. Not getting a huge amount of righties. Swaggy McNoleg saying a Colt Keith, a pretty good lefty too. Let's get in the line history and see if I'm seeing what you guys are, and it looks like Cleveland's going to add to this. Damn it. And that Phillies was such a good call. I mean, we got the Luzardo bounce back, and I should have gotten paid off of it. I should have done the same thing that Fod did, especially knowing Spooner was fading his Cubs. I guess I'd just been blinded by the Ben Brown. Okay, but let's take a look at this line history here. We have the Orioles minus 125 They opened up at minus 101, 24 cents of movement towards the Baltimore Orioles. Let's take a look at this total. This total is a 9. It's minus 107 to the under. It's opened up minus 105 to the under. We've had 2 cents of movement to the under. I completely Spooner says check your my splits. Did I screw that up? God, that's my worst nightmare. Shit, that's my worst nightmare. This will help if I did screw it up. Oh, that's my worst nightmare is, with all the statistical information that I compile for you guys that I fuck it up. Oh, sorry. Here, sorry, 1 second. God. Okay, here we go. Okay, Casey Mize splits here. And here we go. You're right. Good God. I screwed that up. Fuck. First lefties. Oh, no. I've got that right. I just said it wrong. Lefties 215, 604. No, that's I said everything right. Righties 274, 765. Right? That's why No, that's all right. Okay, you scared me. Jesus. God, I was already sweating. So lefties don't hit them very hard, and you have the first 3, 4. Oh, for XFIP and WHIP. Okay. I use average in OPS against for Casey Mize. So I mean, there's different ways of looking at it. I still, and if you looked at the righties of late against Mize, okay. But I'm going back. There's so many different ways to use the statistical analysis and Spooner taking it to a more intelligent place than just using the average in the OPS. But I sticking to the average in the OPS here. But in saying all this, that concerns me here. Also, what concerns me is this 2 cent move towards the under. If everybody here is saying that they're on the over, but let's take a look if that is the case. And here, cash-wise, we have 84% of tickets on the under and 85% of cash on the under. Wow. I see it. I see what you guys are seeing. Yeah, Irish King, not good. So I want the Orioles, but I want the Orioles early. I know this is very dangerous, fading at 5-0 Guardians. That didn't take long. And you guys were right about the fly ball pitcher getting touched. Fuck. I want the Orioles early. I want Eflin early. I believe in what Eflin's throwing right now. I don't know. It's probably not a double up spot, but I want Eflin and the Orioles early. Maybe it's just first 3 or first 5. I will make that decision. While I'm trying to make that decision, I would like to know exactly, and maybe it's a third straight time seeing a left-handed pitching as well. I would like to see what the price difference is between the full game and the first 5. I would like to see a legitimate price difference. 365 now has the full game at minus 130 and has the first 5 at minus 150. Oh, that says it all right there. It says it all right there. Alec Dirks, I'm so happy that you got it because I screwed up the next 2 bets. Oh no, Spooner, I know that you're taking it to a more intellectual place. No, I know that. I know that. My statistical breakdowns are quite simple, and you can tell by in the road I just use the raw numbers with hits and earned runs. That's why I said you were taking it to a more intellectual place. It was no kind of a slight at all. Okay, let's roll on. And Alec Dirk says, my birthday today. Philly's looking good. Hoping the Pacers come through for me tonight. Let's get Alec Dirks a birthday pick and wish him a happy birthday as well. Shout out to our guy, Alec Dirks. So that's a huge price difference. A huge price difference for a pitcher with much worse statistical breakdown. So you're going to have to take it on the -0.5, which is a very uncomfortable bet to make against Casey Mize, but I will do that. All right, let's roll on. Next up for us, we have 7:10 p.m. Eastern action and Alec Dirks' birthday. Shout out to Alec Dirks. Tampa Bay Rays at Boston Red Sox. We're in Fenway Park in Boston, Massachusetts. Perky had a great read on Zach Littell last start. He was coming off the completo, and he pitched very well again. 6-5, 3.68 ERA, 1.09 WHIP, 52 strikeouts over 80 and 2/3 with 11 walks and 17 home runs. In his last start, 6 innings, 6 hits, 1 earned run. It was a solo shot. 4 Ks, no walks, and a 4-3 win at home over the Marlins. On the road this year, he's not been very good. It's interesting that some of these pitchers are getting comfortable in that little AAA ballpark in Tampa, George M. Steinbrenner Field. On the road, he's been touched up. Hasn't looked that good. He's allowed 10 home runs on the road, Zach Littell. 10 home. Now, he's allowed 17 home runs overall, but some of those have been weather-related. Splits are almost identical, lefties versus righties. Walker Buehler, 4-4, 5.18 ERA, 1.44 WHIP, 44 Ks over 48 and 2/3, 17 walks and 10 home runs. His last start was horrific. 2 innings, 7 hits, 5 earned runs, 2 homers, 2 Ks, 2 walks, 9-6 loss at the Yankees. But he's been very good at home. Very good. 25 and 2/3, 19 hits, 9 earned runs, 27 Ks, 9 walks, 3 homers. He's been money. 209 opponent's batting average. Lefties are hitting him much harder, though, than righties. Let's take a look at the lefties in the Rays lineup. We have Josh Lowe, Brandon Lau, Aranda. You think Mangum will hit from the left side, and then you have Meisner. That is not... I mean, getting through the Lowe, Lau, and then Yandy from the right side and Aranda is not going to be easy, but that's not the most difficult group that you're ever going to face. So let's roll on here to the next section, that being the bullpens. Both bullpens have been pitching very, very well. Irish King, I did take the -1, but it was very expensive at -137. Perky says he's going against Littell here. He says Red Sox money line, great price, and Buehler due to shine. So let's take a look at the weather here in Boston. 79 Fahrenheit, feels like 77, 8 miles per hour out to right center and dies down at 6.3 miles per hour. Let's take a look at what Ballpark Pal thinks of this. Oh, sorry, give me a second here. Shit, sorry, too much. All right, the computer's going a little slow here. Okay, that's going to take me a second to. Oh, there we go. I'm back in business. Okay, so we have, according to Ballpark Pal, Fenway Park, the second most offensive park today, plus 18% overall, plus 8% homers, plus 23% doubles and triples, plus 9% singles. Wow, very, very offensive ballpark. Who will handle it better between Littell and Buehler? We have this total at 9.5, juice to the under. It opened up at 10 and dropped to 9.5. Interesting. We know that Littell is capable of handling this. Very, very interesting. Let's take a look at the money line here for Red Sox Rays. We have the Red Sox at -111. This line opened up at -107, so we've moved 4 cents. That's it, 4 cents towards the Boston Red Sox. And then we look at the cash flow numbers here. Cash flow numbers for Boston is 58% of tickets on the under and 72% of cash on the over. Well, why would it have dropped a half run? 54% of tickets on the Rays, but 75% of cash on the Red Sox. Yeah, it's certainly nice job, Fernando Mendoza, my man. Oh shit, sorry, that is a my daughter has painted this here, a little artwork that I just knocked over. I agree with you. I think the Red Sox are the move here. Not going to be comfortable back or fading Littell, but seems like Walker Buehler's in a bounce back situation. Seems like the market is speaking. I agree with you fellows on that one. Let's roll on. Next up for us, Washington Nationals at New York Knicks, and Stacks play today. Number 1 cashing for Mr. McKelvey. It's too bad I got off to a great start. Feels like a lot of us did, and then I probably led a bunch of you guys in the wrong direction in the next 2 games, but lots of time left. Thank you, Rem. Thank you, Rem. I didn't think about that, but yeah, I did freak out yesterday. It was an ant, by the way, yesterday. An ant that I ended up killing, slaughtering. We're in Citi Field in Queens, New York. Citi Field in Queens, New York. Let's take a look at the weather here in Citi Field to get us started. We'll start with Swish in New York. We have 81 Fahrenheit, feels like 79, 8.9 miles per hour to right field, dies down at 8 miles per hour. Let's take a look at Ballpark Pal for this spot here. Citi Field, and it is not offensive. Minus 3% overall, plus 13% home runs, minus 21% doubles and triples, minus 5% singles. Very, very interesting. Take a look at the line history here in this one. Peterson versus Irvin. We have David Peterson at minus 257. Good God. Opening up at minus 238, and it still moves 19. Opens up at a ridiculous line, and it still moves 19 cents towards the New York Mets. That is nuts to me. Absolutely nuts. Let's take a look at the total then for this one. From a total side of things, we have an 8.5 juice to the over. This opened up at 8.5, but it was plus 102 to the over. It's now minus 112. So we've had 14 cents of movement to the over. Jack Irvin here. Isn't it Jake Irvin? Why did I write Jack? It's Jake, right? 5-2, 4.02 ERA, 1.23 whip, 78 1/3, 50 strike. I know it's nuts, Way Detective. Look, I moved on it. Call it a steam chaser, and we'll see if I get paid. BJ says Mets ass whooping. I mean, that's what the market is indicating. You're absolutely right here. Thank you. Yeah, I don't a lot of notes I take, and there's a couple mistakes on them. Last start, 5 innings, 8 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 homer, 3 Ks, 2 walks, and 7-1 loss at home versus the Cubs. On the road, he's allowed 36 hits over 36 2/3, 19 earned runs. He hasn't been very good on the road, but he hasn't been that bad. Justin McKelvey on the Mets run line in his pocket. Lefties, 266, 796 OPS. Righties, 211, 573 OPS. Lefties have hit him harder, considerably harder than righties. And this is not the lineup you want. You think Frankie will hit from the left side. I mean, you expect Frankie to hit from the left side. You have Nemo, Soto, Jared Young, Brett Beatty, and Jeff McNeil all hitting from the left side. That's the expected lineup. This is not the best situation for Jake Irvin. David Peterson has been elite this year. 4-2, 2.80 ERA, 1.26 whip, 70 2/3, 65 strikeouts, 25 walks, and 4 homers. His last start was a 6-5 loss at the Dodgers, and I was very impressed. He went 7 strong. He allowed 3 earned runs. He gave his squad an opportunity to beat the Dodgers, and I was impressed. At home, he's been tough, man. He's allowed 1 home run over 39 2/3, 12 earned runs overall. The lefties aren't touching him at all, but righties get to him a little bit. So you have to think that the Nationals are going to load up a ton of righties up against them. They can't. Abrams, James Wood, Nick Lowe, Luis Garcia. This is just not a good situation. This is not a good situation for him. The Washington Nationals versus lefties, 199 with a 593 OPS. They've been terrible. The Mets versus righties, 255, 786 OPS. The Mets bullpen's been phenomenal over the last 30 days. I mean, they have advantages in seemingly every single situation. Wow. I mean, my first thought when I saw this line was, this is ludicrous. And then you're like, oh, no, I guess it makes sense. Good God. So Mets here at 365 minus 275. The run line's minus 130. I'm curious if Jake is in trouble and Peterson's going to fucking shove, what you'd have to do to kind of make money on that first 5. The minus 1.5 first 5 plus 110. The minus 1 is a decent price. The 3 inning line, minus a half, minus 125. I mean, those are probably the ways of looking at it. That's not Ella freaking out, man. Ella's at school. Ella's cool as a cucumber. That is Carter and his buddy. So I think there's money. I'm with you guys, but you have to be tricky with how you're going to make this money. Because it's very expensive, but I'm with you guys. They just have a favorable matchup in every single situation. So the question is, how much do you want to invest? That's the question. Okay. But Robert Franklin on the other side with Nat's money line. Good luck, Robert. No one talks a friend off of a dog. Go get it. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. Old E chilling on this one. Look, this line is absolutely ludicrous, and we are moving on it. I'm moving on it because I get it. And I get why even at this ludicrous no, I guess we didn't look at the cash flow. That should be 87% of the tickets, 93% cash. You know what this is. Now, look, we don't have him here. I will message him and find out. But you know what this feels like? It feels like this. That's what the Mets feel like, man. That's what the Mets feel like. It does. All right, let's roll on to our next spot on the board. Yankees, Royals, Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City, Missouri. You got Clark Schmidt going up against Chris Bubich. Let's take a look at the weather here for this one. We have 83 Fahrenheit. Feels like 85. 9.4 miles per hour to left center. Dies down to 7.5 miles per hour. Let's get into the expectation from Ballpark Pal of Kauffman. Plus 7%, just 7. Minus 11% home runs. Plus 16% doubles and triples. Plus 9% singles here. So Schmidt versus Bubich. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. We have this total at 8.5, minus 117 to the over. This opened up at 9, juiced to the under. So it's like a less than a quarter of a run move, honestly, in my estimation. Let's take a look at the money line here, but it has moved to the under. I mean, it's a valid situation. Let's take a look at the the money line here for this one. We have a Bubich and the Royals at plus 114. They opened up at plus 103, now plus 114. The Yankees have gone from minus 114 to minus 124, 10 cents of movement. So Clark Schmidt, 2 and 3, 4.04 ERA, 1.29 WHIP, 49 innings, 50 strikeouts, 21 walks, 6 home runs. In his last start, he went 5 2/3, 7 hits, 3 runs, 1 home run, 8 Ks, and 1 walk, and a 4-0 loss at home versus the Guardians. On the road, he's not been very good. 20 2/3, 1 home, 8 Ks, 1 walk, 4-0 loss. 20 2/3, 20 hits, 11 earned runs, 25 Ks. Points hitting 253 against him. He started to look better, and then that last start against Guardians was nothing to, write home about. And lefties are hitting him with a ton of power. 820 OPS, 242, 820 OPS. So let's take a look at the lefties in this Royals lineup and who we think can get after him. Pasquantino, Jack Caglione, Big Jack. You think Drew Waters hit from left side, and then Kyle Isbell. God, sorry, it's moving too quickly. And then you have the opening lineup, a bunch of righties, tough righties. Kong cashing with Lodolo, 6 strikeouts. There's another example of, a pitcher getting touched up but still getting the strikeouts. Great job, Kong. And look at there, Justin McKelvey, Pasquantino, RBI, plus 143. Let's take a look at, it's not the perfect lineup against him. I mean, there you can set it up a little bit differently. Let's talk about Bubich. He's been great this year. 5 and 3, 1.43 ERA, 1 WHIP, 79 strikeouts over 75 and a third. He's only had 3 home runs in 75 and a third innings. Last start was a thing of beauty. It was a 1-0 loss at home versus Tigers, but he went 7 strong, allowed 4 hits and 1 earned run, 9 strikeouts, 2 walks. At home, he's been spectacular. 5 starts, 32 2/3. He allowed 5 earned runs in that Jack game at home. K to walk ratio, beautiful. 34 K, 7 walks, 198 opponent's batting average. Lefties aren't hitting him. Righties is just shutting down, completely shutting down righties. I mean, that's, a lefty's on because the amount of bats he's going to face against left-handed batters are going to be minimal, and they're going to be the best left-handed batters against left-handed pitching. It's, we've seen so many reverse splits, but I think it is somewhat explainable. Here, who's Goldschmidt and Judge, Volpe, Dominguez better not hit from the right side. DJ LeMahieu, these guys are not going to have good days today. And Cubby's on the board. Horner double. Thank you, Wager, for the update. So Yankees are hitting lefties, 252, 758 OPS. The Royals hit righties, but not with a ton of power. And the Yankees bullpen's looked a little bit better over the last little while. The Royals bullpen has not. The Royals bullpen kind of moving in the wrong direction. So we saw the 10-cent move to the Yankees. We saw the very slight move to the under. Let's find out what this cash is saying to us. 55% of the tickets on the Royals and 69% of cash on the Yankees. Interesting. 90% of tickets on the under, 92% cash on the under. It's barely moving. Interesting. This feels coin flippy. You have a huge advantage supposedly statistically on the bump for the Royals, which is creating this very cheap number. You have to ask yourself, how much more expensive is the first 5 going to be than the full game? This just feels coin flippy. I can totally understand what Spooner's saying that they set a line that's going to bait Yankees backers. I get that, but it's not the right pitching matchup for Yankees backers. So the Royals are plus 110 full game, and this should be like oh my god, minus 125 first 5, a 40-cent difference. Holy shit. That is a huge difference. Royals first 5 has got to be live, and you don't need to take a minus a half. A 40-cent difference. Those are the ones that generally come through. Robert Franklin liking Yanks money line. It may be a spot where you want to maybe wait live or have some investment early, but wow, this is that price difference is massive. I'd be curious to see what kind of line movement we've had on the first 5, because we've seen this 10-cent move from minus 114 to minus 124 in the full game. The Royals have gone from plus 103 to plus 114. I can't get the first 5 line movement on that book. I have to go to the book where we used to play poker. So let's take a look at what they've done with this first 5 line movement. They've got this Yankees minus 115 to minus 123. Wow. What the hell? This can't be. Did I screw this up? Oh, yeah. Am I still on? That can't be. Oh, yeah. I'm still on full game. For fuck's sake. Sorry. I apologize. For first 5 line movement, that makes more sense. Okay. We have a minus 115. It's open up at minus 113. So 2 cents of movement. That is okay. I mean, that is appealing here. I've got to study that a little bit more. So let's get after it. It feels like a Royals first 5 spot. Trust Bubic, roll with Bubic. Schmidt's going to have to be lights out, and he doesn't seem to be in, late season form right now. I think it's an okay thing to attack. So, all right, let's roll on to our next spot on the board here. We have Jose Bouquett joining us shortly, but next up for us is Texas Rangers, Minnesota Twins. Let's get over to the Rangers Twins spot here and attack. This is a game I really wanted to attack. I think this is a very appealing spot. I beat myself up for not fading Festa in that last start. He'd only made the 3 home starts. We hadn't seen him on the road. He gets the road opportunity. He gets lit up and smoked. It's a slap in the face. It's a wake-up call. And then he comes back home where he's been lights out. This guy, highly thought of prospect. He's trying to get, a spot in the rotation, going up against Jack Leiter, who's been very, very good. This is an appealing spot. I think it is somewhat predictable, and I do think that we're going to get, better production out of Festa than his numbers indicate. But let's bring on the co-host here on Betting with the Bag, our producer, back in business with us for the late card, Mr. Jose Bouquett. Jose, how are you?
Jimmy, I'm doing well. Quickly, sorry. I feel like I'm just fucking out of breath now trying to rush over here. Quickly, Cubs, I started to recap. I bet the Cubs plus 2.5 live against the Phillies. We'll see how that goes. I didn't move on the Reds live. That just hurt my feelings, especially because Jose Ramirez gets a double off the wall to start the game and get the first RBI there. That hurt my feelings a little bit. But Arizona Diamondbacks full game minus 106 is on my card. I'm betting on that. I wrote that down as well as like a fishy line that I noticed immediately. I was like, why is this so close with Brian Wu and Eduardo Rodriguez? So I bet the Diamondbacks, and I have a parlay involving this game.
All right. Beautiful. Very, very interesting stuff. We are off and racing also when the Braves Brewers, bottom of the first, 2-out runner on there. 4-2 Pirates now over the Marlins. We are
the first side of my parlay is the Braves, so everyone knows. We mentioned that earlier.
I like it. Let's roll. Alec Dirk says, what do you think about the first 3 under 2.5 in New York, KC? It's not a bad look. First off, you have Bubic, who has phenomenal numbers, and Schmidt, who has okay numbers. Look at I think that the first one that cashed for us is a really great example of what's been succeeding for us. I mean, you had Cal Quantrill, the 5.63 ERA, 1.49 WHIP. I'm a believer of Port Dope's Cal Quantrill, but the idea is you have the market moving towards the under. You have pitchers that are better than the numbers indicate. You have pitchers with pedestrian numbers, and you have a weather that's not really working against you. We were with Luzardo having a bounce back start. It really aggravates me that I didn't make money off of it. I don't think it's a bad look. I think we can give you another once over because it didn't jump out at me, but we had the quarter of a run move to the under. I think that the concern that I would have here, and we could compare it to what cashed in the first one. In the first game, Miami-Pittsburgh, you had 78% of cash on the over. And, the line was moving towards the under. I mean, that is appealing to me. You got bum or pedestrian pitchers on the mound. You got the public hammering the over. And yet, so then when we look at the compare it to here, you have 91% of the tickets and 89% of the cash on the under, and it's moved a quarter of a run. It doesn't, I don't dislike it. If someone gave me a first 3 and I had to decide whether I want to go under or over, I would, if it was a free bet, I would go under, but it doesn't quite correlate to what I'm looking for, personally. Did you want to touch on that Yankees-Royals game? Because it's pretty fresh in our mind here. Jose, you're muted.
I'm a fucking mess right now. Jesus.
Okay, stay cool.
These fucking early losses have got me rattled, Jimmy. But I didn't have much on it. You touched on the market as you do so eloquently. 69% of the money on the Yankees. I kind of think Chris Bubic is a pumpkin. I think he will revert back to being a little worse than, one of the best lefty ERAs in the first half, anyone's ever put up. So
that's not a pumpkin.
Is Bubic on the rotation? Is one of you guys you're going to protect?
He's always been in the rotation, but you said that he's going to turn into a pumpkin. He's going to be a little bit worse than one of the best lefties we've ever seen.
You're right. I just don't think he's fucking Sandy Koufax 2.0. I think his ERA will regress and it'll be a low 3, which is great.
Yeah. We also have Cappers wanting to hear about your Boston Red Sox. Alec Dirks, I love capping with you. I just hope that I am helpful in the end. That's the importance of the accountability and transparency of the numbers. We're not trying to sneak in through your open window and steal your wallet while you're sleeping, like a lot of people in the industry. So right now we are winning and it's working, but that can change. And if I was only betting first 3 unders, I'd be doing much better. We're all still, I'm a work in progress here. Ronnie Lofton just needs Philly run line to start 3-0. I love it. So your Rays Red Sox, do you believe Buehler is going to pitch well? Because I like the Red Sox.
So when Roman Anthony came up, I bet against him on the first day, and I bet on the Rays like an hour before the news was announced. So I'm kind of glad I did, because who knows, my fan feelings would come in there. But I noticed in the Rays game, like, man, these guys are playing a lot harder, and these guys like the young guys. I don't know, Jimmy, you've watched ball more than me. It feels as if, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on the, kind of analogy here. They brought in these like 3 highly touted young like prospects that everyone's been talking about as like the guys to start the next wave of the Boston Red Sox. It feels like that young talent, especially Roman Anthony being the number one guy, has kind of given the veterans even a little pep in their step now. It's like, okay, well, now the young kids are here. It's like we got to go. Like Trevor Story is like the main example. First 2 months of the season, worst player in baseball, just so fucking bad. And now in the last like few weeks, he's starting to get his shit together. Yesterday, he hits a home run and bat flips. Trevor Story hasn't bat flipped once in his career in Boston. Getting comfortable, and it seems, and every time you look at the dugout, it's Marcelo Meyer, fucking Christian Campbell, Roman Anthony, and on the ends, flanking in between them, it's Garrett Crochet and Alex Bregman, just chatting them up, doing the damn thing. I think the Red Sox are bet on, and I think that the Red Sox break off a nice little winning streak. And Jimmy, I wanted them to bring up Roman Anthony months ago. I mean, again, maybe it's just me being an ass clown fan, but it seems like the momentum and energy has shifted, and I think the Red Sox are a bet on team. Was I a little worried that the line was where it is? Yeah, I thought this was minus 130 Boston Red Sox, but with Walker Buehler pitching as bad as he did last time out, maybe that's the answer. But yeah, I didn't bet the Red Sox. I wanted to hear what you guys said, and I think you're on the Red Sox, right?
I mean, I haven't bet it yet, but I plan to be.
Yeah, I think the Red Sox. I just didn't, I'm an asshole Homer fan at times, but I think the Red Sox, like I said, are going to be bet on for the next week, 2 weeks of them just playing really good baseball, and hopefully on a winning streak here. And they haven't won more than 3 games since last year, and then like a winning streak. It's been ridiculous. It's absurd, honestly. So. I'm excited to watch this Red Sox team now. I will be on them. I'm betting them as we speak. It's minus 109 for me. I think I will probably just be closing my eyes, betting the Red Sox for the next few days and hoping that they can pull this winning streak off.
Yeah, I only care about today, but I like them. I like them today. Great stuff, Jose. Let's roll on to Minneapolis here. It's light rain throughout the game. It's not in red or anything like that. 7.1 miles per hour left to right, and then is in. I have some concern about the weather in this one. Minus 3% overall, minus 11% homers, plus 2% doubles and triples, plus 1% here. And I guess I shouldn't. Rangers bullpen's been very good. It's just that I want Jack Leiter in there, and I want Festa. I want Festa at home. I want Festa after he got slapped in the face by the A's. I think this is probably a decent situation for him. The weather, though, gives me a pause. Take a look at the total in this one. We have an 8.5. It's minus 113 to the under. This opened up at 8.5. It dropped down to 8 for a bit and is now back at 8.5. Let's get into the money line here for this one. From a money line perspective, we have Festa and the Twins at minus 144. They opened up minus 126. I think that's very telling. I just wish it wasn't
2-0 Braves.
Say what?
2-0 Braves. Top
right.
of the second inning.
A long way to go, but helpful. Okay, so let's roll on. So Leiter's been lights out. You could say on the road he struggled a little bit, but he's just had a strange year, starting out so well, getting the blister, needing a few starts to get rolling again. Now he's rolling again. And Festa's had a strange start. Rangers aren't hitting righties, 221, 659 OPS. Twins versus righties, 262, 768 OPS. And as I said about the bullpens. So we've had the move towards the Twins, a very, very legitimate move towards the Twins. From a total standpoint here, we have this 8.5, as I said, it's minus 113 to the under. It did go down to 8 for a cup of coffee. Overall, we've had 11 cents of movement towards the under. But if there's going to be a break in this game or a pause, it really is not what I'm looking for. When we get to the cash flow for the Twinkies, we have 59% of the tickets, 68% cash on Minnesota, 82 and 91 on the under. The weather's a real problem for me here. Take it away, Jose. I can't have this game. I'm going to start looking through weather reports, but take it away, Rangers Twins.
Yeah, the second half of the parlay was the Minnesota Twins. It's just two like ridiculous line movement spots. The Braves, we talked about it earlier, minus like 130 open or whatever to minus 170 was absurd. And now obviously they're up. Now this is a minus 130 to minus 150, and that minus 130 was at where we used to play poker at. So keep an eye out there, and it has opened up at penny at minus 126 to minus 144 now. So just a classic line movement bet for me, just putting these two runaway trains together. So that was plus 162 for me, Braves Twins.
Yeah, that makes sense. It looks like the weather's not going to be a problem. I'd like to go through this AccuWeather here. Go with hourly AccuWeather, because they're telling us that Fest is going to have a big bounce back, and I believe in that. This game starts 7:40 Eastern, so is that 5:40 or 6:40 in Minnesota?
Probably 6:40.
Yeah, this looks fine. It doesn't look like the thunderstorms are going to come at around 9 and shouldn't be too big of a deal. Well, I think that this is a spot where these two pitchers are going to pitch well. They're going to pitch well early. This is my next, and I believe it's only my third first 3 under. We're 1-1 at this point. This is a first 3 under for me.
I figured.
First 3 under. Festa with the bounce back, Festa with the bad numbers. Line moving to the under. The weather was the concern. So now what I want to see is a first 3. So there's, and I haven't looked yet. It's 8.5 minus 105 to the over, minus 115 to the under. I want to see minus 115 to the over first 3 and minus 125 to the under first 3. And we don't get that. The over 2.5 is minus 130. Why would that be? No, Jim Duiger, it's just because they looked so good. That's all. 1-0 Cardinals. That might have been a mistake. No, everything's fine. It's just everybody thinks the Bombers are going to be terrible. That's all. That's it. Or is he suspended? What the hell? Let me see this. Oh, because he didn't respond to the positive test. Collaros is missing the game because of the suspension. Yes, you're right, Jim Duiger. It's fine. Collaros is being an average quarterback as well. The Bombers at home, I think, are a perfect opportunity in game 1 of their season. But why would it be juiced to the over? That makes no sense.
For my parlay's sake, it makes me feel like Leiter's vulnerable.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I don't know if I move on the first 3 under here. It should not. I've cashed on a lot of minus 130s to the over, but not on 8.5s juice to the under. It just doesn't make sense. All right. That's going to need more time. I don't know if I need to understand why that would be, and that leads me to not wanting it. Let's move on to 8:10 p.m. Eastern. Here we have the White Sox, Astros, Daikin Park in Houston, Texas. Sean Burke going up against Ryan Gusto. Sean Burke, 3-6, 4.03 ERA, 1.39 WHIP. Last start, 7 innings, 7 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 homer, 5 Ks, and a walk, and a 3-2 win at home versus the Tigers. He's not been very good on the road. 26 strikeouts and 18 walks. He's been so much better at home. I don't know exactly what to do with him. His splits are fine. Ryan Gusto, 3-3, 4.78 ERA, 1.64 WHIP. In his last start, he went 4 1/3, 8 hits, 3 earned runs, 3 Ks, 2 walks, and a 3-0 loss at the Pirates. At home, his whole season's been at home. And lefties are terrorizing him. 322, 996 OPS. Let's take a look at the expectation in this spot for Gusto. You have Tauchman, Benintendi, Caro hitting from the left side, Kyle Teal, the catcher, Josh Rojas. I mean, it's not a tough group of lefties, but still, I don't trust Gusto. I mean, it wasn't that bad in that loss at the Pirates, but he got outpitched by Mike Burrows. White Sox versus righties 233, 677 OPS. Astros versus righties 251, 688 OPS. And both bullpens have been pitching well. Spooner has the Astros -1 on his card. I don't really trust Burke that much. That comes down to that. So let's take a look quickly at the line history for this one. We have an 8.5 -108 to the under. I'd open up -110 to the under. So we had a 2-cent move to the over, nothing big. And then on the money line here, we have the Astros -161. So this line has moved towards the White Sox. Astros gone from -174 to -161. And then when we get into the cash flow as well, we have 61% of tickets, 52% of cash. So bigger bets are coming in on Burke. 66 and 66 on the over. Take it away for us here, Gorky. White Sox, Astros.
Yeah, I lean at a White Sox here, but it's just not going to be a play for me. It was nice cashing on that first 5+1/2 yesterday. I kind of lean that way again here. But yeah, I just it's end up White Sox are nothing for me, and I'm just gonna end up passing. Shout out to you, BJ. I saw his best bet with Braves, I believe. So it was nice. So yeah, I just lean White Sox here, but nothing.
Yeah, there'll be nothing for me.
Spoons, we're not gonna talk about it. Don't worry. We just moved on. We just move on. Nate, we just move on.
Why? What happened?
You called me Gorky. It was funny.
I called you Gorky?
Yeah, take it away, Gorky.
Oh my god.
I sat there. I was like, oh, okay, all right. He was looking at Gorky comment.
A lot of numbers, a lot of notes. All right, let's move on to our final spot on the board. 8:40 p.m. Eastern. We have
didn't even break a sweat either. Like not even like 1 second of like, oh, this isn't Gorky. He said it so casually too.
All right, let's get to work. Giants, Rockies here. Giants, Rockies. Coors Field in Denver, Colorado. Let's get into the weather here.
Gorky was like, what the fuck? Was he call on me?
We have 81 Fahrenheit. Feels like 76. 6.3 miles per hour out to right center. It gets up to 7.2 and then dies back down to 6.3. Let's see what Ballpark Pal thinks of Coors Field. Huge. Plus 22% overall, plus 21% homers, plus 20% doubles and triples, and plus 11% singles. Robbie Ray going up against Kyle Freeland. We talk. You don't want to feel too good after a win, but it's just the losses are so horrible. They hurt so much.
Yeah. I'm in a terrible mood now after going 0-4 quickly here.
Holy fuck. Really? 0-4?
Yeah, I mean, I bet double up on the Reds. I live bet the Cubs plus 2.5, and I have the Cubs. Yeah, so that's fucking
okay. Don't worry.
Just quickest OS4 you'll fucking see on screen here.
Don't worry. Let's just move on to the next spot and focus on the next game. We have a huge move towards Kyle Freeland and the Rockies here. Open up plus 198, close up plus 176. Cashing that Rockies Giants under first three felt as good as I felt. The panic and the barely cashing the full game was not a very good feeling. But the first three was magic. I think that's my first three under in Colorado. This opens up at 10.5 with Freeland and Ray, drops to 10 after it's been available for an hour and 20 minutes, and then gets back up to 10.5, this afternoon. Overall, we've had no movement on this total. So thank you, F. Donahue, my man. I'm not sure if that's I don't know if that's a nice thing to say about me, but still, respect. Lucky Lefty says pass the blunt. No, that's after the show. AM says Robbie Ray has a ton of experience at Coors, kept me off the game. Robbie Ray here on the road's not looked as good as he has at home, but he's had a quality season. His splits are very good. 8-1, 2.44 ERA, 1.07 WHIP. Freeland is the question mark. He looked great at Miami in his last start, but thank you, F. Donahue, my man. I appreciate you. I do agonize over the action, because it's It's our life on the line. It's our life on the line. Yesterday, Jose texted me and he said,
What did I say? Well,
he
fuck.
said, first threes are going to send Ella and Carter through university.
Yeah, I made sure to say university for Canadian sakes.
And I replied, I'm good with them just keeping my family together. And that's facts. All this shit puts everything on the line. I'm just very thankful that I still am in the house. My children are still here.
We still have a roof over our head, not in Parkdale.
Yeah. Okay, so Kyle Freeland here at home, 22. See, he's had a strange 3-1 now. He's 6 starts at home. He's allowed 32 runs, but only 22 have been earned. So he's allowed 48 hits in 25 2/3, but it's kind of tricky quantifying it. He's only allowed 3 home runs. What do you think the opponents are hitting off of Kyle Freeland, Jose, at home?
Oh, at home, 348.
400. Opponents are Ted Williams. Giants first lefties 208, 620. Rockies first lefties 202, 605. They both faced lefties yesterday. This feels like more of a question mark here. I think the Giants bullpen is phenomenal. Rockies bullpen is a train wreck. This one I found quite tricky. So we know that this total has not moved. We know that the money line is moved towards the Rockies. And when we look at the cash flow for the spot, you have 79% of the tickets on the under, but 50% of cash on the over, not moved. 72% of tickets on the Giants, 57% of cash on the Giants. So bigger bets coming in on the Rockies. Great job, Justin McKelvey, cashing the Reds over 8.5. 4-0 start today. Let's fucking go, buddy. Spooner says Robbie Ray's volatile. Coors is volatile. How can you lay minus 200 with a guy that has a career walk problem in an environment that affects your movement the most? Jose Bouquett, take away our final spot on the board.
Yeah, I could only bet the Rockies here, and I'm not gonna lie. The fucking quick 0-4 has me a little hesitant to pull the trigger on this game, but it's only Rockies or pass from me. So I'll go over the market again, and we'll talk about Robbie Ray in Coors here. But 72% of the bets and 57% of the money on the Giants here, and this line opens up at 225, and now we're under 200. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. It makes you feel like somebody's pitching well here, or maybe our guy Robbie Ray gets touched up. Then the obvious question was, how does our guy Robbie Ray pitch in Coors? Now he's pitching Coors a shitload because once upon a time he was an Arizona Diamondback. And most of his good starts are like 2015. His last start in Coors, 2020. 3 2/3, 7 hits, 6 earned runs. He started a game with 2 innings and pitched fine, but didn't know why he went 2 innings. 4 2/3, 8 hits, 5 runs, 4 of them earned. 5 2/3, 6 hits, 5 run, only 1 earned. And these are a while back now in 2019. But the point is, I just don't trust Robbie Ray in Coors Field here. I think he gets touched up, and like Spoon said in the chat, movement-based guy, and now you're pitching Coors Field where your ball's not going to move as much. It's a classic thing. So I do like the Rockies here. I just trying to think about how am I going to back the Rockies here, and do I avoid betting Kyle Freeland? Do I take a team total over whatever it is? I think I saw 3.5 for me, but I had super juice minus 140. Yeah, I have 3.5 minus 140. I bet my one minus 140 today. So what's stopping me from betting another one? I could also bet a first 5 plus a half, or just straight money line if I have actual balls, because high volatility. Total at 6.5 or 5.5, excuse me, in the first 5 plus 155 and plus 110 for the plus a half. So I do think the Rockies are alive here. Are they alive to win this game? I don't know. But I think it seems as if Kyle Freeland pitches well.
I don't mean to
shit on my parade, please.
No. It's not that. It's just, and this is kind of a stupid thing to say for me, but this game starts 10 minutes after Thunder Pacers. Come on.
Okay. Not a soul watching this game.
Well, I just like, come on. I mean, whatever. Like, yes, the market is indicating Freeland's live. The market is indicating the Rockies are live. The market's indicating that Robbie Ray, I mean, the total down to 10. I mean, AM nailed it with this comment saying very low pressure, hot temps. Any ball that gets hit will get crushed, but two pitchers with comfortability, of course, and favorable pitching matchups. The total is telling. I mean, perfectly put. I mean, look, I had to sweat this shit out yesterday. It was awful. It was so awful. I mean, you do the flip. You're like, it's 5-2. You're like, come on, don't score. Let's end the game. It's 5-4. You're like, don't score. Let's end the game. They make it 5-5. You're like, I need another one now. Now we can't go to extra. And I'm just like, I don't need this shit. I don't need this shit. All right, we got Brizzy joining us here shortly for NBA and WNBA and 4 games. So 1 game NBA, 3 in WNBA, and then we have Mr. Gogster joining us for National Hockey League. Let's review action here. If the Braves can take care of business for me, I'm okay with a 2-2 start. I understood that the Cardinals were the sharp play, and I probably should have pulled the trigger. The issue for me here, Andrew G says betting unders takes time off your life. No, it's not just unders, man.
Betting overs takes time off your life.
I think you just say betting.
That's also true.
But look, I knew what I got to do. I had so much anxiety with yesterday's card, and I went out for a run. I'm going to keep doing that.
I can't believe you went out for a run. I can't imagine you running.
Oh, I was flying, dude.
That actually has me concerned about me beating you in an ice skating rink.
I was flying, dude. Look, I want to live a decent amount. And if I'm serious, like if I remember what Paco Healy said. He said, if I stay on this route, I will have a cardiac event.
You know what? I forgot that Paco Healy put money on cardiac arrest. Jimmy, yes, plus 5,000. I didn't realize that.
2-0 cards. I should have moved on that. That was a sharp action. Now, what I can still do, though, and I should have done it, and it's okay. It's okay. I knew that Lauer was going to be vulnerable, and I thought Turnbull might pitch well. I kind of liked Turnbull when he was a Tiger. That kind of got in the way. I'm going to move on the Diamondbacks right now, and then I'm going to have to get this Dodgers action in here because that's going to be 4:10 p.m. So I would like to make these bets right now. And they're tricky. I would like to make these bets. So, and they're God, I wish I had more time. With you know what? I'm just going to put the Diamondbacks in right now and hold off on because I want the Dodgers first 3 -1/2 and first 5 -1. But I don't know if I need the first 5 -1. I'll review my evening action right now, but it looks like it's either Orioles first 3 or first 5. I'm not sure which one it is. It's the Boston Red Sox. I'm hammering the Mets. I only want to hammer it 2 ways. Royals first 5. I don't know if I get to the window with the first 3 under. I've got to understand why it's juiced to the over because that doesn't make sense to me with the number. And that's it for me. Jose, please review your action, my friend. And then when you're done, Jose, can you please intro the star of NBA and WNBA capping here and the star of the Locker Room Talk podcast? So can you review your MLB action and introduce our guy?
Sure. So quick 0-4, 0-3 officially with the Cubs, Reds. So that sucked. But we are on a Atlanta, Minnesota parlay for plus 162. So that's going okay right now. We have the Diamondbacks money line minus 106, the Boston Red Sox money line minus 109. And I will officially be betting the Avalanche, the Rockies, plus 155 first 5 money line. God damn it, Kyle Freeland, please come through here. I believe
so you're betting Rockies full game.
First 5 money line, yeah, plus 155. So that's my card here. We have to dig ourselves out of a little bit of a hole here. It'd be nice if the Cubs could at least cover the plus 2.5, but it does not seem like that is going to be in our cards here today. But someone that always makes our cards better when he joins us. He is one of the stars. And I'm not talking about this little small thing. He's the fucking sun. You think you're fucking tougher than the sun, dude? No, you're not fucking tougher than the sun, because this man, 365, 24, 60, he's always there. He's always ready. He breaks down the NFL. He breaks down the NBA. He breaks down the UFC. He breaks down anything you goddamn need, because he is the one, the only Billy Brisbane joining the program. Billy, I hoped you liked that extended introduction, as I saw you were busy there for a second.
Yeah, I had to run upstairs real quick and grab the pods. It's NBA season. NBA makes you smoke. I don't smoke the cigarettes anymore, so I've been vaping a lot.
Well, that's good. That's good. I'm glad that we're on to vapes here, Billy. It's nice to see you. How are you? How's the association, the Women's Association, treating you?
Women's Association's been treating me all right. I can't complain. Time of year starting to heat up. Commissioner Cup action today. Probably get a nice little final here in the Commissioner Cup, and I think the WNBA Commissioner Cup is more interesting than the NBA Commissioner Cup that makes no sense in the first month of the season, and they change all the courts, and nobody really plays that hard.
What do they get if they win in this one?
For some of these girls, they can make damn near half their fucking salary by winning the WNBA Commissioner Cup because of the pay of the league.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, yeah, I guess, Jimmy, you just mentioned old cashola is the ultimate motivator, especially for these women who don't get paid anything. But first, we talk about what really matters, apparently. We've got two small market teams battling here. A 1-1 split here, Jimmy. I'm excited to hear your take. I'm excited to hopefully see my guy Larry Legend at the game here as well. So Pacers Thunder, I believe in you both.
Thank you, my friend. Let's get to work, Brizzy. Thank you for joining us. I made this bet. A long time ago. Feels like. I knew what my plan was. I talked it out with you guys, but I knew what it was already. I knew that I felt like this was a situation where the Pacers were going to win one basketball game at home. And as much as I talked to you guys about Game 6, being so crucial, or Game 6 not being so crucial, sorry, that I don't see them losing Game 6 in Indianapolis. If it gets to 6 games, it might not. I will be on the exact same bet I'm betting here. If I'm right on the money line or even the spread, I may not come back to this in Game 4. If I'm wrong on both of these bets in Game 3, I come back in Game 4. I took the Pacers plus 5.5, minus 107 on June 9th. And I took the Pacers money line at plus 189 here. Let me set this up for our guy, Brizzy. We're going to talk about this game and then roll through the 3 games of WNBA. And then we have Mr. Gogster joining us a day early to rock the big hockey game tomorrow. We're right back to where I moved on this. This did move to 5. It moved to 5 at some books. It moved to 5 here where I line shop as well at 4:23 a.m. I was very pleased. When it first moved to 5, Brizzy, it was also juiced heavily to the Pacers, and it looked like a 4.5 was going to come. That was not the case. Thunder money came in, and we're right back from whence. Overall, this opened up at 4.5, and it's now 5.5. We still, even though the Pacers plus 5.5 right now is juiced to minus 109. I did say it was where it was at, but it's not. It's minus 109. Oh, it just moved. It just moved in the last minute and a half to minus 107. So it's right back from when I bet it, but we still had a 1-point move towards the Thunder. From a total standpoint here, we have a 228 minus 108 to the under. This opened up 228 minus 107 to the under. I felt like we could really take advantage of what everybody saw in Game 2, which I thought was, pretty much as easy as thankfully as easy as gambling gets. Backing the Thunder. I was so lucky to catch first quarter. I should have just had first half in full game. I mean, they didn't take over the game until about 45 seconds left in the first quarter.
I had the first quarter full game, first quarter on the spread, full game, double result. Like it was that. Shouts to Alex Caruso. You got to bail this out there.
Oh, I was, I don't remember where my wife was. I was with the kids alone and I lost it. I was just screaming, pumping my fist. It was very, very important to cash that here. Let's take a look at the cash flow then for this one. Alec Dirk says Pacer money line for the birthday. DraftKings gave me a 250 free bet. I don't know if that would be my birthday pick for you, Alec Dirks. I'd like to look at the entire card for you. I don't know if that would be it at this point. We'll hear what Brizzy has to say, and then we'll hear also from, of course, Mr. Bouquett. So cash-wise here for this one, we have 51% of the tickets, 51% of the cash on Indiana. I was hoping that the Thunder would be public. You have 70% of the tickets on the under and 53% of cash on the over. In the first wager detective here on the OKC -5.5. On the first two games, I bet live overs with a few minutes left in the second quarter and cashed them both extremely easily. And if it's the opposite, it's just that this game is going to end up right around the number. So when you have an extreme move, whether it be to the over or to the under, you can take huge advantage of it. And preferably, you want it to be very low scoring early because the buckets are going to come at some point. In the playoffs, the Oklahoma City Thunder have played at 100.53 possessions a game. This series is at 100, but it's not out of the comfort zone for the Pacers. Their playoff pace has been 98.61, so 100, it's a non-issue to either team. The Thunder are shooting better from three in this series than they have in the playoffs, 37.9%, and they're shooting worse from the field at 43.9%. During the playoffs, they shot 46.1% from the field. And from the Pacers, they're shooting a little bit worse from the field, 46.3. They shot a 49.4 during the playoffs, but their three-point shooting is even better. Can you believe that? Even better. They shot 40.1 from three during the playoffs and 40.5 from three in this series. So it was a great game one for the Pacers and a rough game two. We watched Shea go for 34. He has 72 points through two games. It's the most ever, passing the Answer AI for the first two games of finals debut. You talked about Caruso stepping up here. We watched Wiggins go for 18. We watched Caruso go for 20 off the bench. Now, I know Caruso's a gamer, but was it a surprise that the role players stepped up for the home team? No. Their backs were against the wall at first game, after losing game one, and the role players stepped up. Jalen Williams went for 19 in that 123-107 victory. As I said, Wiggins 18. Chet Holmgren went for 15. Hallie only went for 17, in game one. He only went for 14 in game two. He's not pushing hard. We expect that to change. Miles Turner, 16. Spicy P went for 15. Indiana shot 34.9% in the opening half. They didn't dominate the boards like they did in game one. No Pacer went for 20. I think it's pretty easy to predict that the Indiana role players will step up and they'll battle on the boards and they'll shoot better than 34.9 from three, or from the field. I think it's pretty easy to say that. The question is, this is the angle for me. So I say role players step up at home in the playoffs. Well, that's an important angle for me with a Pacers team that has depth and role players that can step up. So when do you need these players to step up? You need them to step up, especially when Shea is off the floor. And that hasn't been something that happened in game two, and it hasn't been something that's happened too much in the series, and it's going to happen here. Now, it may only be 7 or 8 minutes that Shea is on the bench. The Thunder are 16.7 points better than their opponents per 100 possessions when Shea is on the floor. So that's this year. They're 5.2 points better when he's on the bench. 5.2. That pattern, that's during the regular season. So 16.7 points better when Shea's on the floor per 100 possessions, and then 5.2 when he's on the bench. In the playoffs, they're 12.8 points better than their opposition when Shea is on the floor, and 6.9 when he is on the bench. That's pretty clear that the role players need to step up at home. In game one, the Pacers outscored the Thunder by 4 when Shea Gilgeous-Alexander was on the bench. 8 minutes, 26 seconds. They're going to do more. It's going to be more. I expect the role players to step up. Halliburton has to step up. 14 points and 17 points is not enough. 13 shots is not enough. When Halliburton scores 20 points in the playoffs, the Pacers are 7-1. When he doesn't score 20 points, they're 6-4. Yes, Saturated talking about when the Pacers have been in control of this game. The Pacers led for 0.3 seconds in game one. They led for a minute and 56 seconds of, I've got a minute 56 here, but of the 96 minutes in the first two games of the series. When Halliburton goes, I expect Halliburton to go for over 20. Take care of business. He hasn't taken a free throw in the NBA Finals. I expect Halliburton to go into the paint. I expect him to drive to the hoop, and I expect him to get hit, and I expect him to get to the foul line and take care of business there. The Pacers, again, have been getting outscored in the paint. They're by 20 points. I think that will change. And what have the Pacers done after a loss in the playoffs? They're 4-0. So there we go. I think that the Pacers can take care of business. I don't know if they win this basketball game, but I'm going to bet it. I bet it. Plus 189. I'm going to take them plus 5.5. AM says Pacers shooting and defending better than the Thunder, and with home court advantage, the only fault I see for the Pacers, they're fouling way too much. Sharp spread here. Yeah, I think that's fair. Says the question I see to this game is the Pacers continue to foul too much or not. I think that's all fair. I like this spot a lot. BJ says first road finals game with these young guns on OKC was the biggest factor for me in experience. I mean, that's very fair as well. Slow Jam says Pacers tonight, OKC Friday. I've seen this movie before, going back to 2-2. Heard it here first. I like it. I like it a lot. Acuna Jr. with another home run. Brizzy, take it away. I got two bets here. 5-1. I love it, Irish King. Let's go. I've got two bets here. 5.5 and plus 189. Brizzy, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, the Thunder have been kind of on cruise control throughout the first couple games of the series, but the Pacers are kind of live to win this one in their home court. I mean, it's no secret that the Thunder are 0-7 ATS on the road in the playoffs this year. Indiana has been resilient, but they haven't lost back-to-back games since March 10th. I definitely think they could pick up one of these two games, and I think they have better chances tonight switching venues than they would in the next game. But I went with Pascal Siakam over 26.5 points and rebounds, minus 120. I think Pascal's going to be a big X factor tonight for the Pacers. He's been delivering at home throughout the playoffs, 22 points per game. He had a terrible game, too, going 3 of 11 and a blowout loss, but still had 22 points and rebounds. I think that's going to be the adjustment for the Pacers tonight. It's going to be more Pascal Siakam.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a big uptick from a lot of players. And, of course, the need for Halliburton to step up is monstrous. What's your expectations of Tyrese Halliburton this evening, Brizzy?
I like Hallie, but I don't like his player props tonight. There's just not a lot of meat left on the bone. He hasn't really been doing too much in the scoring. I could definitely see him hovering right around his player prop tonight. I don't think this is a Halliburton player prop spot.
What was your number on Spicy P?
26.5 minus 120 at FanDuel Sportsbook.
And that's just points and rebounds?
Points and rebounds.
Did you say minus 115?
No, minus 120 FanDuel.
Minus 120. Pascal Siakam over 26.5 points and rebounds. Blackthorn King says Jays have tied it up. The cappers in the chat were talking about moving on the Jays Live, and those of you who did, great work. And now I'm more thankful for not moving on St. Louis, so thank you again for that. The End says 25 years since the final in Indiana. Biggest game in centuries at home. Better coach offense, all the energy. The league doesn't want to disappoint. Sorry, world beater, Thunderbackers. Money line for the End. Saturate says OKC seems to have found a way to suppress Hallie. He's blaming injury. We'll see. He was limping a little bit. And I don't want... Now, so, I mean, again, when he scores 20 points, they're 7-1. And when he scores less than that, they're just 6-4. Do you think Hallie goes over the 17.5 points that Robert Franklin is betting?
No. I think it's going to be a complete team effort, and I think the edge is going to have to be down low. It's going to be guys like if I'd play player props in this one outside of Pascal Siakam, I would go for a guy like Andrew Nembhard, points and assists. He's going to have to hit some shots tonight. I would go after Obi Toppin. Obi Toppin's line has been pretty low coming off the bench. Benedict Mathurin is going to have to play a big role tonight. His points props 8.5. TJ McConnell points and assists keep on paying out. I mean, I feel like there's other I feel like the upside with the Pacers in this one is we haven't really seen a bunch of their role players been doing a lot in the last game in our last memory, but in reality, I mean, home team role players step up. And this is Indiana team's a team full of role players. So I wouldn't really want to attack Hallie because they're kind of juicing Hallie at its peak right now. I mean, Hallie's PRA line's at 30.5. Like, I don't know. It's just not really a lot of meat left on the bone on the Halliburton props for me tonight. I mean, the 7.5 at -146 for his assist prop kind of seems like clickbait.
I don't need it. I'm keeping it clean and backing the team. Kong's clip says, AM, I believe with them back at home, they'll get the benefit of the doubt more than not with the referees. And the NBA wanting to extend the series, I don't think they get as many fouls called. Again, I talked to you guys so much about the Undoing Project and how much it meant to me, but score casting. Mark Cuban writes the intro to it. This book came out a long time ago. I read this book before I went down to Costa Rica. Score casting, the hidden influences behind how sports are played and games are won. It is there's a whole chapter on the let me put this here for you guys. There's a whole chapter on the refereeing at home, a whole chapter, and they have the proof of it. It's just phenomenal. I'm going to pop it here, and it was a really important book, not to the extent of Undoing Project. Nothing will be to the extent of the Undoing Project, I believe, in my life, but that's the book. If you've already read the Undoing Project, go get yourself Scorecasting. Again, Mark Cuban writes the intro, and it's now, it's 10 years old, but it was a wonderful book. Brizzy on Spicy P over 26.5 points and rebounds. I'm on the Pacers plus 5.5, and I'm on the Pacers money line. There you go. And Spooner says cost 1 credit on Audible. So there is the NBA Finals. I'm pumped up. I cannot wait. Is there anything you want to add before we get into WNBA, which I can't wait to attack as well?
I would say the only thing I'm really getting close to is the Pacers team total over. A lot of good trends for the Pacers team total over off of a loss. I just wish I had a better conviction about the total. Like, if I had like a free bet just strictly on the total, I would probably bet the under 227.5, 228.
I would as well.
So it's like I kind of don't want to bet a team total over in a game that I think that goes under, but I really think there's a lot of strong trends for the Indiana Pacers team total over 111.5 -114. Where's it exactly at? Pacers team total off of a loss throughout the playoffs this year. 125, 130, 129, 129. So it's like they're smoking these totals.
Yeah.
If you look at KC, they're allowing 115.9 points per game on the road, 15.5 points more than what they allow at home throughout the playoffs. So it's like,
I've got enough invested here. Looking back, could I have moved on the team total over? Yeah. But, I've got enough here. If there's a high scoring first quarter, I'll look at the under, but again, I have a bias because I've cashed live overs easily with about 3 or 4 or 5 minutes left in the second quarter, like very easily. So it's probably going to get in the way. We have a question from my guy True Love 4th and 1 Entertainment. Says, what do you think about Thomas Bryant? He has to help on the block, and Hartenstein rebounds. Thomas Bryant is a perfect example of the type of role players I think will step up at home. Perfect example. What do you think about Bryant and what's your answer to that?
I do not want to see Thomas Bryant out there on the court at all. I'd rather see Tony Bradley out there, longer, faster. Shit. I don't want to see no Thomas Bryant out there on the fucking court with my money on it. I'm just going to be real with you. Remember the Lakers back in the day when LeBron had –
that was a mistake by the Lakers.
That fucking team was terrible.
But that was a mistake. The Lakers screwed up Thomas Bryant. That was a mistake. I like the size he brings because I think that you have to put your The problem is that Chet screws Bryant. Anytime that it's Chet's not on the floor and it's Hartenstein, I think Thomas Bryant works. I think he works here. Irish King says both teams to score 110. Well, yeah. I mean, if you like the Pacers, yes. Again, that's if you like the Pacers. Kong's Clip says these first quarters have been going under, and I don't see it changing tonight. I don't know what the number is right now, but I will be on the under if it's 53 to 55. Well, let's touch on it before we get into WNBA here. The first quarter total right now is 56.5. It is juiced to the under, but it just went up a half point. It went up a half point 40 minutes ago. So this opened up at 56 minus 107. It's now 56.5, but minus 110 to the under. So there we go. Wager Detective says, I'm sorry, Pacers are 0-3 game 3 playoffs this year. All no cover in the losses. No, you don't need to be sorry at all, Wager Detective. It's important, but none of those game 3s were coming off of a loss. But you're absolutely right. Joshua Alexander says this game tells me over here. I hope to get in like I have been, honestly. I hope it's a low-scoring first quarter and at some point in the second quarter I move. Hope that's the case. But there you go. There's Brizzy's action. Spicy P official over 26.5 points and rebounds. And I am on the Pacers plus 5.5 and the money line plus 189. I am curious to see what the money line is right now. See if it's because it's still a 5 over at 365. That's plus 191 now. I don't like that. This opened up at plus 176. I got in on the 9th at plus 189. A couple hours before Medicaid Monday. It got up to plus 194. Then this morning at 4 a.m. this went down to plus 173, which is I wish it was there right now. But it's at plus 191. Whatever. I'll deal with that. Okay, let's roll on to WNBA. Brizzy, my man. We got 3 games all popping off at 10 p.m. It's going to be fun late night action. We've already heard from Ron Crawford. Ron Crawford's best bet here is the Aces, and that's where we get started. So let's get into it. Feels like a perfect spot to back them, and I backed them when they played the Sparks the first time around here. Let's break this one down here. First off, we have get into line history. We have the Aces right now -9. Interesting. A move to the Sparks. Wow. Opens up at 11.5 and it's now at 9. Wow. It even got down to 8.5. That is a surprise. From a total side of things here, we have a 168.5 minus 112 to the under. This opened up at 167, dropped to 166.5, and now it's up to 168.5. Everything I saw, everybody's on the over in this one. Yeah, Kong, it's even more in NHL in Stanley Cup Finals, and that's the concern with the Panthers winning. But Gogster and I will be talking about that shortly. Let's roll, Brizzy. Both teams coming off losses to the Valkyries. Sparks coming off their 4th loss in 5 games, 89-81 in overtime at home to Golden State on Monday. It was much worse what the Aces did. An absolutely atrocious 95-68 loss at Oracle. I think it was at Oracle, but it was in Golden State. The issue with, and I know you're going to touch on all of this stuff here, but the Aces are so guard heavy right now, and their defense is bad. All I've talked about throughout this year is how bad Los Angeles defense is. And the Aces defense is slightly, barely better than the Sparks defense. Los Angeles allowing 84.2 points per game. Vegas allowing 82. Los Angeles defensive rating 103.8. Las Vegas 101.6. And that is a concern. We know that Kelsey Plum has a rich history with this Aces squad. So I always think they step up when they play her. But Asia Wilson, 22 points per game. You got Jackie Young, Chelsea Gray, Jewel Lloyd. But you don't have the bangers in the paint that would be perfect, especially with Brink still hurt. You want to hurt the Sparks in the paint. I don't know. I mean, obviously they defend the perimeter poorly too.
Yeah, I don't think it matters where it's at. I don't think if it's in the paint or on the perimeter, the Sparks are just bad at defense.
Yeah, no, that's fair, but so are the Aces at this point. And touch on that, touch on your plan. I'm astonished at this line move and scared of it. Let's just touch on the cash flow to see if we can let go of that fear. 55% of the tickets and 84% of the cash on the Sparks. Wow. So the pros are saying that Vegas isn't going to smash back after sitting in this loss for 4 days. I find that hard to figure out, that they're just going to sit back and just struggle again. Shout out our guy, Just My 2 Cents. Have a great day, my man. Go get that cash. Take it away for us, Brizzy. Sparks, Aces, Commissioner's Cup.
Yeah, I mean, it's just hard fading the Aces off of a loss, but I don't think they're as good as they're advertised. Like, defensively, there's some true problems guarding defensively, and the Drew Lloyd hasn't really been that big of a needle mover and hasn't really made that big of a difference as it was supposed to be on paper. I think the Sparks have dealt – I think the market's more reflective of, like, the Sparks have dealt with some early season injuries, and now they're getting healthier, and having Rickea Jackson back in the lineup is a major factor for them. Like, defensively, though, they've just been awful. This total still doesn't feel high enough at 170. I have this total at 173.5. I took the over the first 2 times that these two teams played, but then I missed out on the Kelsey Plum prop. But we saw Kelsey Plum complain about the non-calls that she's getting for as much as she drives in the league. It's just hard for me to back the Sparks here in this spot with Asia Wilson having her season high against the Sparks. 35-13 until Cameron Brink comes back. I think they're just vulnerable defensively. I'm just going to start leaning towards the over in Sparks games because, like, they're not as bad as their record shows and what the sports books are pricing them as, but I just don't think this is a spot to take advantage of it.
Huh.
This looks like an Aces win, but a Sparks backdoor cover. Like, I wouldn't be shocked with that at all. Like, I don't think this is going to be as big as a blowout as it was the first time.
How in the world do I not back the Aces first quarter, Brizzy? Sitting in the loss, angry. I mean, it just takes everything out of it. I mean, aren't they an angry group?
I was actually leaning towards the first half over because if you look at the total hasn't really moved that much in the first half, but it's moved on the full game a little bit. And because of that reason, I think the Aces are going to come out hot in this one. If you look at the Aces, a lot of their scoring is coming in the first half of games and stuff like that. I think the Aces are definitely – I think you're on the right track of, like, I definitely think the Aces get off to a hot start in this one. I just don't like backing the Aces at these big of numbers. Like, they're not as good as their -9 and where they're being priced at for futures and stuff like that. Like, this team isn't that good.
I cannot believe this line move. I still think I move on the Aces first quarter, but I'm going to be thinking about this at least for the last little while. Okay. All right. Brizzy, anything official for you in Sparks Aces?
No, but I mean, I wouldn't mind I did a DGen parlay the Aces and the Mercury.
Okay. Well, you can, we're going to get into Wings Mercury right now. So we'll hear if you make this official. I'll write it here, Aces Mercury, and we will see if Brizzy makes that official. Let's talk Commissioner Cup Game 2. Dallas Wings 1-9, 1-4 on the road to the Phoenix Mercury, 6-4, 5-2 at home. I can't wait to talk about this one. We have Phoenix -7, -114. There are some books that move to 7.5. There's some books that are at 6.5. This opens up -7 and immediately moves to 6.5. Then back to 7, up to 7.5, up to 8. This was 8 this morning. Then it goes all the way back to 5.5 at 12:45. Maybe that's just as simple as Becker's confirmed, but we all were pretty sure she's going to be in. Overall, 6 cents of movement towards the Mercury. On the total here, we have a 167. This opened up a 166.5, a half-point move towards the Mercury. Then we have, from a cash flow standpoint, we have 73% of tickets and 88% cash on Dallas.
Yeah, I was going to say It seems like a very public spot. People love themselves some Paige Beckers, but I mean, after Satu complained in the post-game press conference in the last game about 9 games in 18 days from the Mercury, they've had some splitting performances as a result of their scheduling, but they're finally healthy for this one. And I think that's why you're seeing the line move back in this one. Alyssa Thomas is back in the lineup. Natasha Back is back in the lineup as well. And that's just much needed front court bodies that they need. It would be a little bit different if it was like a point guard or a shooting guard or like a big shot creator or something like that. But just added some defense and some active bodies in the front court is going to be huge for them, especially against a team like the Dallas Wings. The Wings get Paige back, but they might have the worst head coach in the WNBA by like a wide margin. Like this season has started off as a disaster. I don't think they're as bad as their 1-9 record is this year, but I don't know, man. It's bad when players are starting to opt for Eurobasket over playing for this ball club. It's just like a prime example of where this team's going. I did Phoenix Mercury team total over 86.5 at -118 there at FanDuel Sportsbook. If the Wings are going to keep on giving it up, I'm just going to keep on paying it.
Makes sense to me. What was the number you got on the team total over?
86.5 -118 FanDuel.
And are you making the Aces Mercury moneyline parlay official?
No, because it's not a full unit play for me. I only put like a half a unit on it. I would still like for it to cash. I put American dollars on it, but we're not going to make it a show official bet though.
I'm with AM and you a little bit. I'm not going to use the team total, but I think this is Mercury smash and grab. Wings come off their 5th loss in a row, 9th in 10 games. Paige Beckers comes back. Who cares? But it's just hard to come back and change the flow. Now, it's not like you've been winning, but she's going to – I almost – obviously Alyssa Thomas after 5 games out with the calf injury is going to help, but, I want to fade the Wings with Beckers coming back. I cannot believe how public the Wings are. I'm astonished. Ogunbowale's been playing well, 16.3 points per game. She's shooting poorly. The Wings are terrible defensively. We just talked about the Sparks being bad with a defensive rating 103.8. The Wings defensive rating 111.1. They're allowing teams to shoot 46.3 from the field and 38.3 from 3. Mercury come off their 2nd loss in 3 games, 89-77 at home versus Storm. You talked about Alyssa Thomas coming back, 15.28 boards, 7.6 assists in their first 5 games with Phoenix, 33.2 minutes a game. She's going to be a big help. Sabali's been great, 20.5 points per game. And you have a great defense. This team allowing 78.1 points per game. And Sabali's just been hugely important and impressive defensively. I'm going to double up here. I'll figure out maybe it should be a double result. Certainly going to be on them full game. I'm going to hammer the Mercury here shortly. And we got Brizzy on the Mercury team total over 86.5. Anything you want to add to that one, Brizzy, or do we move into our final spot?
No, but if I had to pick a favorite spot on the card today, it's the Mercury for me, especially at home. It's Commissioner Cup game, and I feel like Satu complained about the post-game press conference and them having so many games in such a short amount of days. I mean, WNBA is making it no secret. They want the Mercury to be a good basketball team. I mean, that's why they're 6-4 this year. They've had a pretty easy schedule.
I like this. I like it a lot. I love that the Wings are public.
Oh, yeah, and to add on to it, tonight in the stadium is the Diana Taurasi happy birthday celebration tonight. So Phoenix is going to be lit.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. And Gorky saying Sabali, the women's Franz Wagner. Let's move on to the final spot on the card for Brizzy and I. Then Gogster joining us for the Stanley Cup Finals. We have the undefeated Minnesota Lynx, 9-0, 5-0 on the road at Seattle Storm, 5-4, 3-2 at home where Climate Pledge Arena in Seattle, Washington. This game I made me more nervous, and I wanted to talk it out. This total is a 155.5. Opened up at 155.5, and that's where it is. No movement on the total. On the point spread here, we have Seattle plus 3.5. I think that's very telling. They opened up at 3.5 and immediately went to 4 and then 4.5 and back to 3.5. I've been hesitant to back the Storm, even though I think they're a quality team, and I've wanted to fade the Lynx in certain spots. Lynx coming off that 81-65 victory at Dallas on Sunday. Collier, I mean, what can you say about her? 52.5 from the field, 25 and 5, 8.9 boards. I mean, she's playing very, very well. They're putting up 84.4 a game. They're shooting the ball extremely well. They're distributing. I mean, they're doing everything. But it's not their offense, and it's really their defense. They're allowing 73.7 points per game, which is the best in the WNBA. Storm coming off their second straight win, 89-77 at the Mercury on Sunday, and Diggin Smith being very good. This is a veteran squad, and my feeling with this game was that this means so much to the Storm. They'd love to be the team to put that blemish on the Lynx. It's the most important game of the year, and this line is very telling at the 3.5. But I don't want to walk into it's nerve-wracking fading Minnesota, and then I see 80% of the tickets on Seattle and 64% cash. The Seattle Storm are public too. I wanted the Lynx to be very public, and that's not it. So let's hear from Brizzy. Lynx, Storm, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like in every game today, the public is kind of rolling with the underdogs plus the points here. The public's been kind of burnt back in the double digits and larger numbers in the WNBA. So you kind of see the public adjusting towards it a little bit and back in the dogs here in these spots. And I don't blame them for this one. This is going to be a battle of the two top seeds in the West for the Commissioner's Cup, with the winner kind of being in the driving seat to represent the West in the finals. And while the Lynx have been undefeated, the Storm are a really good home team historically. This kind of feels like a playoff type matchup. The Lynx going under 6 of their last 8 games. Seattle allowing 78.9 points per game, which is 4th best in the WNBA. I think this is going to be a playoff type feel game. I think this is going to be an under, and I kind of want to bet this one live because I think Seattle's going to win this game. I just don't know if they're going to It just feels like in the WNBA, it seems a little bit more predictive to bet first quarters, but first quarter, first half trends are more predictable. And I don't know, the Lynx have been kind of shitty in the first half. So it's do I bet on Seattle pre-flop? But if Seattle wins this game, I think it's going to be probably them coming back. So my game script and the stats are kind of conflicting here. But I think Seattle is going to win this game and give the Lynx their first L of the season here. Just got to figure out how I want to bet it. One way to take an angle at this is Seattle plus 4.5 and the under 158 is plus 200 on FanDuel in the total section, total parlay section. They didn't adjust the total yet. I think the under is the best bet on this game. It's just that you're kind of sweating it at 155.5.
Are you surprised that the Storm are public?
No, I mean, it's no secret. I mean, how many times do we talk about the WNBA year by year that the Storm are a really good home team? You back the Storm at the house, they leave Seattle, you do not back them away from the crack house there. I feel like a lot of these teams in the WNBA are very gimmicky with their home road splits, I feel like.
So, I mean, when we go over, let's just do this quickly. I mean, they're 3-2 at home.
Yeah, but their last game that they played against the Lynx was 82-77, and that was not rewatching the game, but thinking back on that game was a little bit closer than what they wanted it to be. Minnesota got off to a hot start, and Seattle just fought their way back into it. Official play for me, and this one's going to be Gabby Williams over 20.5 points, rebounds, and assists. If Seattle's going to be live in this one, Gabby Williams is going to have a good game. The last time that these two teams played, she had 24 and 6. I think Minnesota is a little most acceptable to the shooting guard position specifically.
Because I would like to be on the Storm in the under. I just my hesitancy is just that it's kind of public. And that is not what I expected here. But I guess you're right. It's not that the Storm, the cappers aren't focusing on the Storm not being as dominant looking at home to start the year, but they're focusing on how good the Storm looked at Minnesota. Was Collier hurt in that game? Was that the game? I'm going to
I
go with
believe
it.
Collier played in that game, but let me check. Yeah, Collier played in that game. She played 36 minutes, 16 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists. That was the first game I believe Kayla McBride came back in, and they kind of got bailed out by Kayla McBride at the end. But the one thing I didn't like about the Lynx was I had a Courtney Williams player prop on Sunday, and that situation was super fucking weird. She was snapping in the first half. They come out of halftime. The trainer, I guess, or whatever, says that she can't go, and they play Natasha Heiderman, and then the Wings cut it to like a 3 to 4 point game, damn near like in the beginning of the fourth quarter. And then she subs back into the game, and then they end up smoking the fucking Wings and covering the spread. So, like, in hindsight, it looks like they smoked the Wings, but in reality, like, I don't think Courtney Williams is 100% healthy. Like, she was bitching at the trainer about, can I just play? Can I just play? And they were like, balance yourself on one leg. And she just started hopping up and down on one leg. And it was just, I don't know. The Lynx seem like they're trending towards their first loss of the season. And if they did lose one of these games, it's probably going to be Seattle. Like, they play LA 2 of their next 3 games next. And I don't think I'm betting LA against Minnesota in Minnesota.
Oh, God. I'm going to be involved, I think. I'm not going to bet this right away. I want the market to marinate a little longer, but it's, you know,
All 3 games start at 10 o'clock. You got all day.
Yeah, 6.5 hours. That'll come fast, though. If I don't move on the under, I could take the Lynx team total under as well. And then I want the Storm. I just kind of want to see how it plays out. Gabby Williams, what was the number you got for official action?
20.5 points, rebounds, and assists at -130 FanDuel. I would specifically play that at FanDuel because that line is as high as 23.5 at BetMGM at +110. And FanDuel has the best odds on it by a wide margin, like damn 3.5 points. A lot of Gabby Williams action is coming in on this game for a game that's supposed to be going under.
Gabby Williams over 29 points, rebounds, and assists for Brizzy. I'm going to be involved in the game. Brizzy on the Mercury, team total over 86.5. I'm going to hammer the Mercury. The hammer just means 2 units, so I'm going to figure out how to. I'm not going to triple up or anything like that. And then I think Aces first quarter for me. I'm not going to let the market intimidate me too much. And then in the NBA, it is the Pacers +5.5 and the money line +189. And for Brizzy, it's Siakam over 26.5 points and rebounds. Brizzy, you are the man. Thank you so much for rocking with us. Thank you for your patience as these shows go along. Tell us a little bit about the Locker Room Talk podcast that's out right now for UFC Atlanta and the big live stream for Saturday.
Yeah, we have a Locker Room podcast posted last night for UFC Atlanta, and me, Joey, Danny Betts going live for PFL World Tournament back in action tomorrow night, Thursday night. So we're going live right after the weigh-ins here, breaking down fight by fight in the welterweight and featherweight divisions. And the finals are in Atlantic City in me and Joey's backyard. So we have our eyes and ears pretty close to the streets for this one. So you're not going to want to miss out. 8 o'clock p.m. tonight, me, Joey, Danny going over the PFL card for Thursday night action for fights.
Oh, love that, man. Love that. We do have our friend Alec Dirk's birthday. Brizzy, do you have a birthday pick for our friend Alec?
Are we going with like tonight action? That's a favorite.
Anything you want. We just need a winner, and it's his birthday, and it doesn't have to be tonight. Winning is more important than time.
All right, we'll just say Phoenix Mercury on the money line. But if you want a real birthday pick, I would tune into this 8 o'clock p.m. PFL episode tonight because there's going to be a bunch of parlays that like a lot of these PFL fights are a bunch of chalky ass favorites, and you can definitely grab 1 or 2 of these and throw them into some parlays for tomorrow.
I like the Mercury a lot too. I think that might end up being my birthday pick. I also haven't got my Dodgers action in, which I need to get in here shortly. Free bands play today from Dougie Wise is the Pacers. Gorky giving the birthday pick as the Panthers money line tomorrow. Brizzy, thank you so much for your time, my man. Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
Yeah, make sure you guys hit the like and subscribe. See you guys tonight.
There he is, our guy Brizzy. And shout out to Rez Mob in the house. Respect play. They lost by a half. 59 the first half of the last game. Respect play day today. Halliburton 15 or more points, 7 or more assists, a plus 100. Got it 2 days ago. Saw last night -130. It's got to feel good. There we go. It is time to talk hockey. the Stanley Cup Finals. And I pray that we get another chance to talk hockey next Wednesday with our next guest. Coming to us from Bell Vegas. And there's no hockey tonight, but we needed him on. Please welcome our friend. And you can hang out with him in person. Saturday, August 23rd at the Woodbine Racetrack up here. We're having a party up there. Please welcome our man, Mr. Gogster, to the show. Gogster, what's good, man? How are you?
Oh, good to be on as always, Jim. You know, I've been listening to the show. Great show as always. They're breaking down all those games. WNBA, you know, not much going on right now, so I'll be definitely tailing some of those WNBA plays. But you know, hockey, it's tough, man. It's tough. This Florida team, guys, they're I don't know if they're robots or what, Jim. If they're on something, I don't know what it is, but they just don't blink. They just don't blink.
Yeah, they're a veteran squad. They are worthy of this 2-1 lead. Let's talk about the Stanley Cup Final Game 4. Oilers, Panthers. We're at Emirates Bank Arena in Sunrise, Florida, with Florida up 2-1 in the series. Let's discuss this line history. I mean, it did surprise me. It really surprised me that Florida wasn't a bigger favorite. And that made me feel pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
The Oilers are becoming a bigger dog, though. They opened up at plus 127 offshore. They opened up at 365 at plus 125. And they've moved at 365 to plus 130. They opened up at plus 127 offshore. And this was on Monday at 11 p.m.
Yeah.
By Tuesday, at 9 a.m., they were plus 139. The Panthers at that point had gone from minus 144 to minus 157, 13 cents of movement. That is the high water mark. They're at plus 132 right now. From a total side of things here, we have a 6. Now, some books are at 6.5. This opened up at 6.5. We moved to 6. I've not bet this yet, but I will again. Gorky said we should reserve. Gorky, we'll touch on that again here in a second, but there are some concerns about reserving because, and again, we'll touch on that at the very end here. There's a reason why we haven't yet, and again, we'll hit that in a bit. But I'm going to do my full breakdown tomorrow. This is an opportunity for us to hear Mr. Gogster's plan. Dougie Wise says, I think the goalie advantage is massive for the Panthers. You're bang on. That's what's happened so far, clearly, especially in Game 3. But the Oilers were out of control.
Yes.
They were out of control, and they paid the price. This is, as Gogster said, this is a veteran-laden squad, and we're seeing that. For me, you know, the number one hitter in the NHL playoffs is unavailable, and Hyman hits without getting penalized, which is not easy. We have seen Perry and Kane not able to, you know, throw their weight around without getting penalized, without keeping their stick down and shit like that. When it comes down to it, though, I think that the Oilers will punch back. And McDavid and Draisaitl were invisible in Game 3. And I don't think they'll be invisible again.
No.
The Oilers will have to play perfect hockey to win in Florida. I don't put that past them for a game. I will, and this is also another point I want to make is I'm not saying, I'm going to go down with this ship. I'm going to bet it again and go down with the ship. I'm not saying that. I'm not talking about the winner of the series anymore. I'm talking about Game 4 in Florida. I think the Oilers punch back. I think they play very clean hockey and stay out of the penalty box. Maybe it's not enough. But with McDavid and Draisaitl, you can be outchanced and win a hockey game. Well, we haven't seen that. We see a lot of chances from the Oilers, except for Game 3, of course, which I hope is an outlier. I will again be on the Oilers team total over 3 and the Oilers money line. I haven't bet it yet. I'm watching the total drop, and the line moved slightly towards the Panthers now, but continues to do so.
Mm-hmm.
Take it away, my friend. And Gorky says the Oilers are done. You know, and again, if you judge everything on Game 3, that's a fair statement. This could also be 2-1 Oilers right now. Now, you could say it could be 3-0, but let me say this. In Game 1,
mm-hmm.
the Panthers were very fortunate. but they still lost in overtime. But they were so fortunate. Oilers were all over them. The Bennett goal was questionable. Then they get the penalty for challenging it, and the Panthers go up 2-1. You could say that the Oilers were fortunate to tie it up in game 2 and deserve to lose. You could, but the bounces have gone the Panthers' way. We'll see if that continues. Marchand's goal to open up the game a minute in. I mean, I don't know why Skinner was figure skating out there, and that's a problem. But it was a nice, fortunate bounce for the Panthers, and it was a crucial goal. The overtime winner for Marchand, I mean, that could have easily been a too many men on the ice penalty. By the rules of the book, it should have been 4 minutes before, and that could have been 2-0. Of course, the Oilers had a too many men on the ice penalty. They had the goalie shooting the puck over the glass penalty. Everything that could have went wrong. I don't think it will stay that way.
Yeah.
Take it away, Gogster. The floor is yours, my friend.
Well, where do we start? Bringing up those penalties, Jim. Edmonton took 11 penalties I had last game, and then 14 all series against Dallas. So, they were just big time. You're talking about out of character. They were just playing out of character, and that's not going to get her done. Looking at what they did against these other teams, they're fast forecheck. Take advantage of teams that are slower, and that's really what Florida is. But I want to really focus on the goalies here, guys, because everyone's bringing up here what Skinner is doing, and I brought up some stats from last year, guys. They were 0-3, down 3-0. He had an 867 save percentage this year, 1-2. He's got an 866. So it's a very similar situation. And Bob, 953 save percentage so far in 3 games. And last year, he had a 928. So, looking at last year's game 4, guys, he was 8-1 for Edmonton. They don't have Hyman. That's going to hurt this situation. But I don't see them being nearly as out of character is the best way I could put it, I guess, Jim, and everyone in the chat. It's really coming down to Skinner. It's really key. The biggest thing with goaltending, I think, guys, at this time of the year, it's just saves at key times when you need it, because all teams are going to have a push. And I expect Florida, what they do so well is they're able to handle teams that, they'll have a push, then coming back the other way, you get the goalie that's just, he hasn't seen a lot of pucks, and a guy like Skinner, that's kind of been a bit of his downfall. When he does have shots, really any goalie, guys, they're able to get into a bit of a groove. But really where I'm going in this, Jim, it's really tough for me to pick a side. Where I see this game going, though, is they're going to kind of sit back. I don't see you necessarily at Florida coming out here instead of the pacing game forward. It's got to be Edmonton, Jim, I think. So they're going to have to hold the push, I think, Edmonton or Florida from Edmonton in the first period. I know they haven't scored a lot, guys, on the road in the first, but I think after that last game out of character, McDavid too took that hit, Jim. He came back, but Ekblad, he caught him pretty good. It'll be interesting to see how he is. I think he'll be fine. 2 days off definitely helped the cause. But I think Edmonton to score first. I think that's worth the play here, guys. This is a tough as the games go on in the playoffs, Jim. I find it really tough to make bets during the game. I think the series bets, what you've done, is definitely the way to go, or even, Stanley Cup winner from way back. Looking good there. But Edmonton to score first, -105. I like that play. I'm trying to get Bobrovsky over saves, 23.5. That's kind of 24 I was looking at. It's 26.5, -135. That's just a little too much. They do average 32.5 shots, so you can say, that you're getting 6, but I see this being a lot tighter game. It's just going to be how it's going to be really, I think, Florida. If Florida's being able to do what they did last game, Jim, it's going to be tough for Edmonton. Because I watched that last game, from start to finish, really, and Edmonton was all over them. I think they had, Bouchard had like 6 shots in the first 10 minutes. They were all over Bobrovsky, but just seeing the puck so damn well, and then coming back, they just didn't get those key saves, like I was saying, guys, from Skinner when they needed it. So, it's going to be, they need a little more balance too out of the playoffs. This series, they haven't really had the balance like they have, had against LA and the other teams. They haven't lost 3 in a row though, this whole playoffs, which is a good sign. A good bounce back team. Florida's bringing the boom. Edmonton gave up near the end of the game. Need to stick to the identity I have here, Jim, for Edmonton. Just reading some notes here, guys. Florida are doing what Edmonton they've done to Tampa Bay, Toronto, and Carolina, and every other team over the last 2 years. If you think about it, so Bouchard's peppering the puck. Like I said, I wanted to take the over shots. It's 2.5 minus, I think 210. So I stayed off that. But Bouchard definitely, as you guys noticed last game, he's going to be teeing it up as the series goes on. He's got 24 shots, Jim, this playoffs or this series 24, which is insane. So I'm going to need more out of Skinner. Florida guys, so something I've noticed, they haven't trailed by more than 2 goals in this series. So Edmonton hasn't really been able to get much of a lead against this team. So it'll be interesting to see if when they score that first goal. I expect they really need to keep the pressure on. Can't let Florida kind of, get a quick one or even, sit back. They need to keep the pace going. So I do like them in the first period, Jim. Possible Stetcher too. Klingberg could be out. Made a couple mishaps game 2, game 3. Possible Stetcher in for him. Troy Stetcher on the back end for Edmonton Oilers. So keep an eye out for that. That's what coach was saying for Edmonton. So one more play though, guys. This is a tough one to call. I might have another play tomorrow, Jim. Game's not till tomorrow. I want to maybe get a little more of a feel for this game. Here's some more research and more insights. But so far, Edmonton to score first, -105, and Draisaitl will bounce back. He's had seven of the last 8 games here. He's had at least a point. So he had 0 points and 0 shots on net at that. Last time that happened, he came back with 3. He came back with 4. So expect a bounce back from Draisaitl. They're going to need it. I think McDavid's a little banged up. You're going to need to rely on Draisaitl a lot more here, guys. So second play, Jim, Draisaitl to score a point, have a point over 0.5 points, guys, and over 2.5 shots from Leon Draisaitl. That's -120. Little same game parlay there for you guys. Couldn't find the juice like I have in the past, Jim, those plus numbers. Like I said, really tough this time of the year. But yeah, I expect Edmonton to bounce back. 8-1. I don't see an 8-1 game like last year, guys. But
the 8-1 game was it? What's that game 4 in Florida? No,
that was game 4. Yeah.
Wow, in Florida. Wow, I thought for whatever reason I thought the 8-1 and then the 5-1.
Oh wait, no, that was in Edmonton. That was in Edmonton.
Wasn't that game 4 and game 6? 8-1, 5-1.
Game 4 was 8-1. And then at Florida, game 5 was 5-3. Then back home was 5-1.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
You lost there at Florida.
So you cashed. Dougie White says 1-0 Mariners. There's going to be a lot of runs in that game. I want to look a lot. I'm going to wait, but the Diamondbacks live, I think, is very appealing at some point, Dougie Wise. But great job to get the lead there. You score it. You cash with Draisaitl point and Nuge over 1.5 shots, and with 3 shots in game 1. You also have the Oilers to win game 1 and the series at +150 live.
Yeah, I
know. What's Oilers score first? What was that line?
-105 on Oilers to score first. And you're saying like they need to be perfect. Yeah, they need to play 60 minutes. The first period, I'm not so much worried about Edmonton coming out flat. It's the third period where this robotic Florida Panther team just turn into, I don't even have it like Godzilla. I don't even know what to say. They're deadly, guys. It's so tough in the third period. So they're going to need to play 60 minutes, short and sweet. Yeah, which is obvious. But
Preston says,
"What's up, Press?"
Preston says, "I want someone on Edmonton to take out Bennett," and I
can't.
Well, didn't Trent Frederick? Was it those two cross checks in the ribs? That's how. But that's how you crack a rib, man. Like I was like, oh God, that's God. Like, how does that not?
He snapped a stick. He snapped his stick on a cross check to the lower back where the padding just above the pants.
Yeah, there was 2 hard cross checks. Like, these guys. There was a lot. It's so funny. Everyone was saying. People saying to me, like TJ was saying to me, oh, the NHL is going to get so many new fans because of games 1 and 2 and how magical they were. Game 3, if you watch that, you're like, I do not want my child playing hockey. I don't want my child watching hockey. Like it was just
uncontrolled chaos.
Oh God. And and it sets a perfect table for game 4. sets a perfect table.
And I just don't think like what happened after Sam Bennett got cross-checked. He pretty much turned around and just threw Frederick to the ground, and he could have just beat the snot out of him, but he got stopped by the ref. I don't think anyone can really take, and that's what they don't want to do. Edmonton is do what they did kind of the last 10 minutes. They got to just kind of play through all this shit, which is not easy, especially game 19 of the playoffs or game 20 for them. So it's tough, man. This Florida hockey team, guys, this is even Tampa Bay back in the day, Jim. And this is what Stanley Cup, winning teams look like. So,
but it's also what you have to go through to win a Stanley Cup. So, this is the gauntlet in front of the Edmonton Oilers and the challenge in front of the Edmonton Oilers. And we are going to see who Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl really are. And I was thinking about how sick I felt watching the first 2 games really of the series. The last game I didn't feel sick watching it because now at this point, I was so confident, I told, and this kind of, there's certain things that are eating at me. I know I've made my friends a lot of money on this Oilers run, but I told Preston not to hedge. And at this point, I've been very wrong in the series through 3 games. And I've come to grips with that. That is the situation. We're here. I don't think I'll feel as sick as I felt because I felt sick in game 1 because the Oilers were dominating the play, and then squeaked out the overtime victory. I felt so sick in game 2 because it felt like every little mistake the Oilers made, it was going to end up in the back of their net, and I felt so uncomfortable watching. Now I'm like, well, the Panthers, everyone believes in them and everyone's on them, and this is probably where you want. If you believe in McDavid and Draisaitl, this is the situation you want them in. And I believed so strongly in them when they were down 2-0 to the Kings that I made the 4-2 and the 4-3 bet. The 4-2 paid plus 900, which a little bit was taken away from it because I also had them 4-3 at plus 650 or some shit. But this is where we get to see who they are. And I'm excited. I'm excited that they're being challenged, and now we get, to see who they are. And I think they step up. I really do. These are 2 hockey players that I really, really believe in. Kong says, team losing by that many points the way Edmonton did just reminds me of an NBA team losing by 35. I just feel like they must back this game regardless of the outcome of the series. I like that a lot. That a lot. AM says, the way you beat the Panthers by absorbing the physical contact to make skill plays and burn them on odd man rushes. If you try to play physical with Florida, you will lose. I agree with that
exactly.
immensely. I agree with that immensely. The Panthers get into your head. They get in your head. And, Perry and Kane, they've been so important on this run. But can you just focus on playing hockey here? Can you take a hit and not slash or high stick? Can you hit without getting your stick up or charging or leaving your feet? Look, you want players to play on this dangerous edge. You need them to play in this dangerous edge. Perry and Kane are dangerous hockey players, but they're old. They're older. I mean, fuck, man. How big does Mikkola look out there? I mean, I can't. When I was comparing him to Hedman, I wasn't exactly like he looks bigger. He looks like Ivan Drago. Like he just looks like a tank out there, and it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. But this is a situation that I want them in. Doug White said the Oilers take penalties. They'll definitely lose at this point. I think Florida power plays are automatic scores. I mean, that was something that AM brought up, how bad the Oilers penalty killing has been. I mean, the idea that they made it to the Stanley Cup Final Game 7 and lost 2-1, and they allowed 4 shorthanded goals last year. They've allowed, 20?
It's insane.
So, let's just take one final look here at the cash flow because I haven't seen it. I've been waiting for it out to give me some info on it, and I haven't been able. Has anybody been able to see I don't want to look at where we used to look. I just want to look here and come on, give it to me. I guess they're just not around here. Let me see if they can give me it. Let me just move over. Yeah. Too bad. And then if I don't even want to look at action, I imagine the Panthers are going to be extremely public. Brandon Lewis says ESPN opened the Storm game total 159.5. Now it's 154.5. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense to me why it's dropped, but I think it's too low. I think it's a really tight line. Brandon, and ESPN does open their lines. If there's, and I don't want to get into it because I can't wax this poetically, but there's people that believe, and again, I don't want to, but ESPN opens numbers, when every other book's at an 8, they'll have an 8.5, and they're saying, hey, if you want to bet the under, bet it here. Those games have been going over. ESPN opens it at 159.5, says, hey, you want to bet an under here. Now, at least ESPN moved the line here on this one. So Dougie White says 70% of the tickets, 70% of the money on the Panthers money line. I expect we'll get more than that. Robert Cherry on Oilers money line plus 120 in the over 6.5. Rez Mob, thank you, my man. It's because of you. Gorky saying Mikola is a savage. He certainly is.
Yeah, big player.
He's just a God damn it. Where the hell did they get him? I mean, this guy's just so big and God.
Somewhere in Finland. I don't know. Yeah, but I just quickly, just 5-on-5, like that's where Edmonton need to just stay on. Like they got to stay 5-on-5 because I remember looking at the ozone time. It's pretty much even. Like it's not like they're getting outplayed 5-on-5. And I'm looking at goals expected last game 5-on-5. Perry and Kane led the way last game for them, Jim, which is insane. They need to get production from, McDavid at his worst game. I'd say I've seen him play in a while in that game. So as long as he's not hurt, which I don't think he is, even if he is, he'll play through it. He's better than half these guys, probably at 80% or even 60. So, I think you're going to see a much improved Edmonton team, but 5-on-5 has been very close. It's like I said, key saves because, they had 1 point, excuse me. It's that coffee. 1.03 expected goals 5-on-5, Jim, and they scored 3 times in that, with the 1.03 expected. So need a much better game from Skinner there because Edmonton's going to beat this team 5-on-5 if they can get some key saves from Skinner tomorrow, I think.
Oh, I the one thing that keeps me comfortable is that the Oilers have overcome bigger mountains. Now you could say, well, they didn't fully overcome being down 3-0. It doesn't matter. They got it to game 7. That was monstrous. They've overcome, and then I expect them to do it again and play their best hockey. The question is their best hockey good enough to win in Florida? And Florida came in 4-3, 18 goals for, 18 goals against at home. Mm-hmm. I think it's Bill Zito. I think my man Barry Zito is the Oakland A's pitcher.
Yes.
From back in the day, Bill Zito. But Bill's been phenomenal with his. I mean, can you believe you get Sam Bennett for 2 second-round picks? Well, a guy who was a second-rounder and a second-round pick, and Brad Treliving gets another job. Come on, he does not deserve another job. But Gorky, thank you so much for your ongoing support. Again, AM saying it right. He says the selfish plays and penalties, and it's Perry and Kane.
Kane had a bad game last game. It's like, especially, I remember he had one, Jim, and then like a minute next shift, he took another one. He had a really rough game there.
When Skinner shot the puck over the glass, I could have just said that's it for me. I'm out.
11 penalties last game. That's insane. 14 against Dallas last series. So,
Mr. Gogster on Draisaitl to score a point and have over 2.5 shots on goal, -120. He's on the Oilers to score first at -105. My plan is simple. I am going to be on the comfortably on Oilers money line, the team total over 3. I'll get plus money on the over 3. I'm not going to bet it yet. I think the line will move towards the Panthers, and if it doesn't, it'll just give me confidence that I don't fully have. And I'm ready for the game. That's all. I'm ready. I'm not excited about it. I don't think I'll feel as sick as I felt, but I'm ready for it. Wager Detective says the Hyman loss cannot be understated enough. Yeah. And AM says, hold my nose to bet the Oilers. I think it's important. It's important.
They go down 3-1, Jim. Like this is a big game. They win this game. They hold home ice still, but 2-2 going back home. So
game 5 is a smash and grab. You have to bet the Oilers and the team total over as soon as the line's available in Edmonton. And then Florida will win the Stanley Cup at home in game 6. So they have to win here.
They
Has
gotta
to win
win.
here.
Yeah.
Gogster, we have the U.S. Open, and so you know what that means for me. This
You're bet.
is major 3, so this is my 3rd major doing this. It's Corey Connors to win, top 5 and top 10.
Is it like auto bet every major?
Every major, and because you know what, Gogster, there's going to come a time when he wins. I really believe that.
I'll be thinking. I'll be thinking of you when he does. He's this course, Jim. You talk. Like, he's accurate as hell. He's going to be in the fairway. He's going to be on the green. He's just his putting. Is borderline a lot of the time. So this course, Jim, the rough's 5 inches here at Oakmont. So if you're off the fairway, you're pretty much screwed. So you need accuracy at this course. The greens are insane. This is probably the toughest course people are saying in America is this Oakmont. So winning score might even be plus score. Like it might be +1, +2 wins it. Not even like minus. That's how tough this one's going to be. Then I was checking the weather. It's going to rain too Saturday, Sunday. So if you're not far off the tee, you're going to have long shots into this. Like it's going to be real tough. So before I get into that though,
wow, look at this. Rez Mob's caddied 2 U.S. Opens.
Rez is caddy to no fucking way.
Oh my God.
That is awesome. What course is there? I love
Rez, I did not. Have you got to meet Rez, right? You got to hang out with Rez, right?
I'm pretty sure. My memory's getting bad these days, Jim, but I'm probably yes.
God, well, he's extremely memorable dude, and he came with his beautiful wife too. That was Pubpalooza 2. So you might have been, you might have been struggling with COVID at the time. I don't know. We all caught
it. Couldn't breathe, couldn't think.
We all caught it that year. Wow, Rez, that is a story. Shinnecock. Wow.
Yeah, that's one track that Rory, I remember saying he wished he could have played that one better. That's one of the top tracks. AHL, Jim, quickly, Friday, Abbotsford. Shout out to your Canucks. They made the final, Jim, playing Charlotte, the Checkers, game 1. They've never played each other since 2009, 2014, when they were known as the Abbotsford Heat, Jim.
I remember those days.
You remember those days? Yeah,
of course.
Yeah. So it's a rematch here. You got Silvos is in net. Some other players, Eminen, or I'm butchering his name, but one of their.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right either, actually.
But it's Charlotte. They waxed Laval. Didn't see that coming. They got home ice. -145. I think the line was last I checked, favored for Charlotte. So the other favorites going in here. I don't have a play yet, but we got a couple days for that. And then back to this U.S. Open, Jim. Going to be a hell of a tough track, as I said. Quickly, I'll go to the spreadsheet here. What do you guys want? You want a top 20 or a matchup bet? I got a couple golfers I'm looking at, but like I said, Jim, this is going to be really tough. Score could be +1, +2. Last one to win it was in 2016 was Dustin Johnson. He was -5. 3 other golfers were -1, I believe. And then everyone else was even or a plus number. So, it's going to be a hell of a track here. You're going to need bogey avoidance, total driving, shots out of the rough, approach, 3-putt avoidance. I'll give you guys a play here real quick. I think this matchup bet's the best one. Ryan Fox, he came off a win last week, Jim, up here in Canada. I don't know if you watched that. He beat Sam Burns in a playoff. It's tough going back to back, especially when you're going to be playing one of the toughest courses in America here. So I think the mental is going to be tough for Ryan Fox, where on the other side here, a lot of people know this guy, Mr. Chapinski, Minwoo Lee. I think he has a good shot here. He's got a lot of distance off the tee, which is going to help. Really good short game, and he's played some tough tracks, especially for Urban Fast coming from Australia. So Minwoo Lee, 72-hole matchup bet over Ryan Fox, -110. I like that one, guys. I've already fired on it just before this show, actually. Haven't finalized my card yet, but that's one of the plays I like, Jim. Minwoo Lee. This guy's deep off the tee. Ball speed almost up there with DeChambeau. So, yeah.
I like it. Minwoo Lee over Ryan Fox.
Yes, sir.
You know what I wanted? And this worked for me. When Corey Connors went into San Antonio, a tournament he'd won twice, and he didn't play well. And I was like, oh, man, like watch him in the Masters. He's gonna roll, and he did that. All I wanted from Corey Connors was to not fire at the Canadian Open. Do not have a good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And he did that for me. We got bigger fish to fry.
He knows that. He knows where his focus has to be, and it's going to be here. And his game is exactly what you want. He knows up here in Canada, too many distractions. Probably tickets to everyone left and right. All the interviews and whatnot. He's ready for Oakmont. Jim, this is going to be a hell of a track, and that top 20 bet.
Oh, I don't think I do top 20.
I think top 20 on Connors is I can bring it up real quick, but it's probably worth a shot. Let me see here. Connors plus 140, including ties.
I don't need that shit. Not for this. Not for this. This is not like I'm not like, oh, I want a positive ROI. No, I want to make a lot of money when he finally gets his first major. I'm not. This is not about winning a unit or anything.
I would sprinkle. Sorry to cut you off, Jim. Sprinkle a little first round leader. There. He's done this before in majors. He's been right up there near the top. You'd be like, oh shit, there's Corey Connors. And then all of a sudden, come Sunday, he'll kind of be down there a little bit, but he could still win. But first round leader, I think that sprinkle, I'd say a little bit in that.
Yeah, I find those difficult because I'm betting like. I'm not betting like small like that. You need to bet kind of smaller on because I bet the same on the win as I do on the top 5 and the top 10 because I want when he wins to make at least 5K. That's the thing here.
He's 55-1 first round leader too.
He's 55-1 to win it.
Like even like if you cut that, like if you want cut that unit in half, put a bit on Connor's first round and then outright, you'd still make.
Oh, that's an interesting way of doing it.
Yeah, you still make a good amount.
Yeah, that's interesting.
1 on each side.
That's an interesting way of doing it. Very interesting way of doing it. Let's put a bow on this, but it is our guy Alec Dirks' birthday, and we have got birthday picks here for you, Alec Dirks. Jose had to bounce, but I've got his birthday pick. And Mr. Gogster, do you have a birthday pick for our guy Alec Dirks?
U.S. Open. Let's bring it home here. Minwoo Lee over Ryan Fox. We'll have it'll take till Sunday, unfortunately. But I think that's a good play here to root on for some golf here at the toughest track they're ever going to see. So there's your birthday pick, brother. Minwoo Lee minus 110 over Ryan Fox, 72-hole matchup bet.
You're the man, Gogster. Thank you for rocking with us. Thank you for your patience today, too. Hugely helpful. Can't wait to hang out with you at Woodbine, my man. What a day that's going to be. Speaking of which, Gorky talking about the reservations, I just want you guys to know, I think we are not going to reserve the Stella Artois Lounge because there's going to be people who are going to that we're not going to know are going to come. Right? What are they going to do? It's $10 a seat. They're not going to have a seat. They're going to see us in the Stella Artois Lounge. They're like, oh, those are the guys that I came here to hang out with that I can't. Like, they won't be able to sit and hang out with us. I think we just got to sit in the grandstand all together, and then anybody who shows up can hang out with us.
Sounds good to me.
Unfortunately, I would like to be in the Stella Artois Lounge, man. But I think that it just doesn't – it's not conducive because we're going to do this. We're going to talk about it. So there's going to be Toronto cappers that we don't know who are going to show up and want to have a drink with us, and they won't be able to get into the Stella Artois Lounge. So I don't think we're going to make reservations anymore.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah, Gorky is, so I don't think that I just, I don't want, and then what they can sneak in basically and say what up and then won't be able to sit. I don't know if it works. So we are discussing it though. We are discussing it, Gorky. We're still discussing it. Thank you for all your time, man.
Thank you, Wayne.
Okay, Gorky, we'll figure that out. No, Gorky, we'll figure because you're a lot of people want to hang out with you. So
yeah, definitely gotta get Gorky down there. Come on.
Okay, Gorky, but let's connect, Gorky. We'll figure it out together.
Yeah.
Here we'll figure it out together. So don't worry about that. I promise that, Gorky, my man. Gogster, thank you for rocking with us. Any last words for the cappers supporting the show, my friend?
Oh, thanks, guys. Everyone's staying this late into the show. You guys are OGs. Excuse me. Low baggers for life. As we used to always say, guys, appreciate you guys tuning in. Game's not till tomorrow, but, enjoy the rest of your action today. Good MLB, WNBA. It's one of the better shows on YouTube, guys. I've been on, watching a lot of sports shows that break down sports and, shout out to Jim for doing this as long as he has. And, support it, hit the like button, guys, subscribe if you already haven't. But look forward to doing it again next Wednesday. But tune in tomorrow, guys, and we'll see you next Wednesday. Cheers.
There he is, Mr. Gogster in the house. So the birthday pick from Jose is the Boston Red Sox. And I would like to, I think looking at all of this, the Dodgers game's starting right now, so I can't give you that. It's a tricky spot here with my other bets. I wouldn't say that I'm just like in love with them. And I think the Mercury smack. And, our guy, Brizzy gave out Mercury money line, but if you were going to put together a friends and family parlay, but I think the Mercury are going to take care of business and cover by margin. And Page can't do a goddamn thing about it. But I wonder if the double result's going to be better. But you can, whatever you would prefer, the 6.5 or the double result. Thank you guys so much. Let's review action here on our show and put a bow on this, but we cannot rock without you guys and your support. It means the world to me. Brandon Lewis on Mercury covering full game over. Alec Dirk celebrating his birthday. We're coming off a nice winning day. Came so close to sweeping the week, man. It was just the vig. I was just down a little bit of goddamn juice on Friday, or I would have been. But God, it was a great winning week, and we started this week winning. But I can't tell you I swept it because I did lose a little bit of vig. Let's review action here. We have let's just go over. I can't give out stuff that's already happened. Chad Pickard gave out the Dodgers, Padres over 9.5. Kong's clips on the Pacers +5. Halliburton 2 or more steals. He put that together for +148. Pig Milk play today. Pacers first quarter money line. Gorky on the Padres. Nuke Worker on the Pacers. Toby Lane says, I want to bet Pacers money line, but I have a weird feeling OKC wins game 3 and the Pacers win game 4. But Toby Lane's on the Oilers tomorrow. Tariq B. Oh, that one's already gone. That's one. That one's already gone. Okay. We have, let's move over here. A 9 legacy on the Thunder -5.5. Brewers, Cubs, and Guardians. Oh, nice day for 9 legacy. Spooners on the Phillies money line. Diamondbacks team total over, and the Astros -1. That's team total over 4. He says he's really close to betting the Athletics total. You have to follow him here. Stacks play day number 2. Dodgers over 9.5. And already cashed the Schwarber over 1.5 bases. I love seeing you heat up, man. I love seeing you heat up. No, we don't have Taint, but we do have some really exciting stuff from the Star of Taint that's being worked on right now that you guys are going to really dig. Really dig. We have spreadsheet play today number 1 from Ron Crawford in baseball, Detroit Tigers. Spreadsheet play today in NBA, Pacers, and in WNBA, Vegas Aces. Free bands play today, Pacers +5.5. Also, the Mariners is the addition. I just moved on the Dodgers first 3 -1/2 and first 5 -1/2. That's very nervously kind of, those aren't the bets that I love. And then Vasquez just gets through the first inning, which was what I said he wouldn't do. Res Mob says 1 hole was dead on yesterday. He was 1 hole Bouquet. 1 inning did start well for the Padres. Yeah, that's not good. And the going up against Dougie Wise in that Mariners Diamondbacks not fun, but see if they can get some action here in the bottom of the 3rd. So for me, the rest of the plan is Orioles either first 3 or first 5. I'll make a decision here. Then Red Sox I will be on, and then I'm moving on to Mets. I know that it's very expensive, but I feel like it's cash cow side of situation. Royals first 5. The first 3 under total in that Rangers Twins makes me very uncomfortable. I'm going to study it a little more. That's the MLB action. Then Res Mob's play of the day. Respect play of the days. Halliburton 15 or more points and 7 assists. Brizzy gave us Siakam over 26.5 points and rebounds. I'm on the Pacers +5.5. And I am also on the Pacers money line. And I'll bet both again tomorrow. Oh, sorry, next game, unless they win game 3, then I won't. I like Aces first quarter. And I'm going to move hard on the Mercury here in a second. And then I'm going to wait a bit, but the Storm and the Lynx under here will be my other spot. National Hockey League, I've not moved yet, but Gogster Oilers score first, Draisaitl scoring a point and over 2.5 shots. And his birthday pick for our guy Alec Dirks is Minwoo Lee over Ryan Fox. Thank you guys so much. Truly, thank you for the support and giving myself and Pub Sports Radio a forum to do the only thing that we want to do, and that's cap sports, and then bet them. It's in our blood. And, you know, what that means for our children. Look, it's in our blood, and it's dangerous what we do, but it brings so much to us and the community and us capping together and watching us succeed together. And it's important. Aubrey, I love you too. Spooner, thank you, my man. Spooner going to be starting on our show tomorrow. I can't wait for that. Same with Bobano. Dougie Wise, you're the man. Thank you for rocking with us. Big Daddy Boom, a.k.a. Leo Leon. Go get that cash. Fernando Mendoza, Justin McKelvey, Robert McCormick, Rez Mob, Robert Cherry. Thank you, my man. And prayers to your mom. We're thinking of her. We're sending her energy. And let's get her back healthy. And so our thoughts are for your mom, Robert Cherry. And, you know, she's your mom and she's a fighter. And so we know she'll be back rolling again. Thinking of your family, thinking of the Cherry family here. Big Zoe, thank you. Brandon Lewis, thank you. Swiggy, thank you for all that you do, man. Gorky, thank you for all of the support. And we'll talk, Gorky. We'll set this up. We'll talk together and make sure that it works. Because the most important people are our group, not the people who we think, you know, may show up if they hear about it, but we just want them to be able to come and sit and hang with us if they do show up. Nicholas Handy, T-Moss, Nasty Nate, AM, thank you for all of the insights. Thank you guys so much. Thank you. Please support Pub Sports TV if you can. Pub Sports TV if you can. Please support it. Means a lot to us. It's our 24-hour channel. And also we have links if you ever want to open up a new book. We do not get a cut of losses. There are a ton of sites out there that make all of their money off their followers losing. We are not one of them. We get a bonus for a sign up, and that is it. We want you, after you sign up, to take them to the cleaners. It means a lot to us. And this all means so much to me. It gives me motivation and meaning, and I'm very, very thankful. There's Swiggy putting in the chat, Pub Sports TV and the deposit links. Thank you. Truly. Brandon Lewis, thank you. Thank you to all you guys. Alec Dirks, happy birthday. And Robert Cherry, we're thinking about your mom. That's it for us. Let's go get this money, man. We're running nice, and the stakes are high. We need to keep this up. Let's los bookmakers. Let's fucking milk them. Let's get paid in full. And let's let our man, LJ from H-Town, take us home. Roll that shit, light that shit, smoke it, get paid in full. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, y'all.
From down south, where we ride on clouds. From down south, where we ride on clouds. From down south, where we ride on clouds. From down south, where we ride on clouds.
Pub Sports Radio's the crew, that's a fact. We all about bread, make a bank accounts fat. Who the hell is that? LJ from the H. I stack green like Boston, shout out to Nasty Nate. From down south, where we ride on slab. 420 highway smoking with that boy Gabby Cap. Fly out to Denver for the Nugget fans so we can smoke out J Money, cause you know that's our mans. Us against the bookies, put money in our pockets. Fly out to Vegas, meet up with Ski Crockett. Hit the sports books, we got money to stack. Can't forget them college picks with that boy Conor Mack. Call up Dutch boy, cause you know we stay fresh. What's the strain of the day, homie? Watch the daily sesh. Roll up a paper plane, light up a Sparky. If I need a strikeout prop, we gon' holler at Sharpie. Cross over to the West Coast and holler at Fam. If we talking NBA, I got to hit, try, wham. Always tapping in, money's what we trust. If I need a team total, gotta hit nut flush, cause I'm Bishop of Bay. Smoking straight to the chest, gotta fly out to the Beta, homie. homie Moose Money Bets. From Brooks to West, cash and checks what we do. Cause I'm hoop banging with Boss and the OG Ragu. If we need it under, I gotta hit no nose. If I ladder my prop, I gotta holler Big Show. Now we back to the East Coast for Nicky Fish Tanks. We watching UFC, keeping money in the bank. Die Hard and Danny Betts and the whole damn crew. Nick's the only guy I know can drink a brew by his shoe, but hey, that's what he do. It is what it is. I can't forget that Jersey boy, that homie Billy Brisbane. If I need an ice pick, I go to Ontario, holler my ice guy, Ian Bavano. And if I need some advice in trying to cash, tune into Peter Loshak and Jimmy the Bag. And hit that like button, make sure that you smash it. The famous words of razor sharp picks, cash it. I'm on my poker shit, stacking my chips. If we ever lose a bet, man, we never gon' trip. Cause I'm Mike Knight M, pimp slap player of the day. Ron Crawford spreadsheet, what more can you say? It's how we stay paid each and every day. Can't forget about the producer, say hey Jose. Tell your mother, your father, your son, and your daughter. Cause nothing's going down without the Don Jeff Slaughter. All you low baggers, hold it down in the chat. If you missed all that, the remix will be back. Yeah.